Maybe again.
Nag-feedback yan, sir.
Okay. So good afternoon.
And college days, I
story about myself. Ito na ba? May hologram na tayo. During the presentation. Okay. So dito sana magpa-perform muna ako for the special number. Pero baka
sa kung yung mga sinishare natin experiences, sinishare natin ideas about ourselves. So right now, I want you guys to know me deeper because baka sasabihin niyo, ay, ang dami naman niya sinasabi, but sino ba talaga siya? So I want you guys to know me deeper. Ayan. So medyo papasok na tayo. So recently, aside doon sa career-focused introduction. Recently, we bought a Nintendo Switch OLED. So, natuto na ako maglaro ng Overcooked. So, one. So, meron kayong games. After the sessions, suggest naman kayo. I'm also a big K-drama fan. So, I'm recently watching Dr. Chuck. Ayan, tanungin niyo ako sa mga updated na K-drama. If I'm not sleeping or working, I'm watching K-drama. So, kung nakita niyo rin kanina, I'm a Blink. So, I attended the Blackpink concert last March. I'm also a Once. So, excited na ako sa concert nila this September. September. I am an Iska na mention ngayon kanina. I am a big Harry Potter fan. So, when we went to Japan last March, na hindi ko pinalagpas, bumili ako ng headwig na hat. So I'm a big Harry Potter fan. And I'm also a wife. So I'm married already. Mukha lang akong bagets, pero hindi talaga ako bagets. Ayan. So I hope na we've already reached that point na mayroon tayong personal relationship. At ito na, magsa-start na tayo. I want this to be more personal, not just for those who are attending here, but also those who are watching. Okay. So yan yung aking video na nag-enjoy ako sa Blackpink concert. Katabi ko yung mga titas, Tita Blinks. Honestly, Tita Blinks yung katabi ko niyan. I attended alone. I watched the concert alone. Okay. So for this talk, the purpose is first, I want to share with you what are the evolving needs and preferences of the new generation. New generation kayo. Aminin na natin yun. Aminin natin yun, Ms. Leia. Sir, diba? Aminin na natin new generation ito. In the context of corporate communications. But we will not bore you with the nitty-gritty, sabi nga nila. Medyo ano to, medyo soft touch lang yung i-discuss natin. And this presentation or this talk aims to highlight the importance of adapting corporate communication strategies because later on, when you graduate, hopefully, tumuloy kayo sa corporate communications or then let's say you join a company and you belong to an integrated marketing communications, hindi mawawala na you will also deal with corporate communication. So I hope some of these will be used. Diba? In the future, di ba sabi natin, sorry, pala. So what is corporate communications? Bibilisan lang natin yung what we call the nitty-gritty. So the definition, very basic definition, is a process of developing and sharing information about a company or brand with the stakeholders. So when we say stakeholders, customers, it could be the employees, so hopefully, diba? Yung mga kasama niyo sa organization, stakeholders yan. Investors, media, and even the general public. So, yun yung lahat ay stakeholders. So, what is the goal of corporate communications? So, the goal is to build and maintain a positive reputation for the company. Parang tayo lang yan. Diba? We want us to have a good reputation among our peers or to everyone who knows about us. Kasi baka kami hindi na tayo bate, hindi na tayo friends. So, kidding aside, we want, yun naman talaga yung aim natin, to maintain a positive reputation, regardless of if this is a company or this is within our teams. Okay, the difference, ayan na. So, ano yung corporate communications? In my team, my team is called corporate marketing. I have a creatives team. I have a brand team, so brand management team. I have a corporate communications team. So corporate communications is actually under the marketing, corporate marketing. So parang ang sinasabi lang nila, when you say marketing, you're really dealing with the products and services. But for corporate communications, it's the brand reputation, the overall reputation and image of the company as a whole. So please don't be confused about it. When we also do corporate communications, there are a lot of activities being done. So siguro narinig nyo na yung tinatawag natin public relations, di ba? PR is under CorpCom. Internal communications. So internal communications, yun yung mga activities, mga communication materials released to your internal stakeholders or your employees. So yung first job ko as a corporate communication specialist, I dealt with my co-employees. So para ako nagmo-marketing pero sa mga kapwa ko empleyado. Merong ganong position, merong ganong role in the real world. Ayan, di ba? So at least aware na kayo na, ay, pwede rin pala ako mag-marketing within my co-employees. What else? Crisis communication. So in my past life, not past life, but in my previous jobs, kapag may natutulfo, hindi ko na po sasabihin kung anong company yun, if there are letters from Tulfo or merong call na we need to speak to someone na nagpa-Tulfo or may mga complaints, crisis communication. Hinahandle din yun ng corporate communication. Stressful na ba? Hindi pa naman, di ba? Investor relations. So investor relations naman, if your company, example, is a publicly listed company, yan yung team na nag-handle or corporate communications team pa rin yung gumagawa ng different activities to deal with the investors and other things. So again, the main goal is to have a positive reputation because in the future, it will build loyalty, it will build credibility, it will build trust to your stakeholders. And syempre, in the long run, magiging kliyente nyo sila. Papasok ang revenue. So, may marketing pa rin, di ba? So, if you have a positive corporate communications strategies, maganda yung mga results, later on, it will also be connected and will help in all your marketing objectives. Okay. So, sabi ko nga sa inyo, hindi masyadong magbobore ito, no? So, what is the importance of corporate communications? Medyo fast lang. So first, effective corporate communications can help build a positive reputation. Sinabi ko na kanina yan, which is crucial in a highly competitive market. So, lahat naman tayo, we will not trust a brand if we don't know that it's reputable, if we cannot trust the brand. So, corporate communications will help build that. Diba? So maraming mga strategies, which later on I will share some examples. Second, corporate communications can help a company navigate crises and issues that may arise. Hindi lang firefighters ang corporate communications people. You can also create activities that will help mitigate. For example, ito, medyo real-life situation. In logistics, ayan, si Sir alam din niya, in logistics, marami kaming experiences na hindi mawawala that there will be irate customers. But before we experience makatanggap ng mga irate customers or mga complaints, we already create activities that will help them see na andyan pa rin kami, na meron kaming good customer service and we will help them. Because there's no perfect company. Lagi at lagi naman palpak, laging may lapses, but habang minimitigate yung lapses na yon on the operations part, on the corporate communications naman, we deal with how they will understand that we are there for them. So kunwari in our experience in airspeed, we have communication releases on how our customers can reach out to us easily, na hindi na kailangang mag-call. So, that gone are the days na call lang talaga yung customer service. Now, meron silang Facebook, meron silang chat, everything. So, yun yung isang campaign na pinush namin to help our, not naman irate, our clients. Next, corporate communications can help a company engage and retain its employees. So there are a lot of communications campaign. I can give you an example. My husband is working for Appointees Equity Ventures. His original role back in 2017 is an engagement and communications manager. So ang ginagawa niya, paulit-ulit, sabi nga niya, kahit para siyang copy-paste every year is to create different sports events, different engagement activities, like kunwari meron silang mga, anong tawag doon? Yung mga parang open bar type. Tapos they invite some of the employees to share their talents. Yung mga ganon. So parang pwede pala yun in a company. Yes, because it's still communication. You communicate that the company is not just after your talents, your skills, but we're also there to for the camaraderie. Ayan. So yun yung isang kino-communicate naman. And in airspeed, we will have a sports fest this weekend. So it's also one of the ways in cooperation with HR, our team is building this for our employees because gusto namin na holistic ang approach. So communications pa rin yun. Events, part pa rin yun, di ba? Okay. Next, corporate communication is essential in the digital age. Now that everyone is more connected, we're more vulnerable to customers, to complaints. So, mas maganda na if you want to be, parang ang ganda nga ng approach natin with digital Kasi we can now have loyal followings, and now it's top of mind as long as we can create good communication strategies, communication activities for the general public or for our stakeholders. Next, last but not the least, corporate communication can help a company comply with regulatory requirements and maintain good relationships with government agencies and other stakeholders. Okay, communication. Sustainability, I mentioned this earlier, right? So we're doing or we're practicing sustainability in years. One of the requirements is to have a communication material to show the different sustainability practices. And we did that by having it on our website. So one page is dedicated to sustainability. How can we communicate that we are a sustainable company if wala kaming communication practices? So that's part of corporate communications. Now, moving forward, if we are being regulated, let's say may mga ISO na we have to undergo, we can show some communication materials na ito talaga yung ginagawa natin. Ito yung proof. Hindi lang siya bluff. Kasi meron kami communication materials to show all these. Okay. So the new generation, kayo, medyo matangkad ako ng konti. The new generation, kayo. So, bibigyan ko lang kayo ng overview because I know you know yourselves, but there are a lot of things na lalo na sa amin na medyo hindi naman ganun ka young to also know you better. Because, as mentioned here, the Gen Z or yung new generation are composed of individuals, of students like you who are born mid-90s to early 2010. So, ibig sabihin, yung team ko, Gen Z sila. Kayo, Gen Z pa kayo. Meron bang pinanganak dito after 2010? Wala naman, no? So, I think, ewan ko rin sa online natin, meron bang pinanganak siya after 2010. So, I believe Gen Z, you're considered Gen Z. So, you hold the largest generation in the country. 32% of the population. In a few years' time, kayo na yung magdo-dominate sa corporate world. Excited na ba kayo? Excited na ba kayong mag-work? Ayan. So, itong mga activities na ito for you, the marketing exchange, we hope that these things can help you navigate your careers in the future. Diba? So, also, the new generation, naniniwala ba kayo na highly dependent on technology kayo? Oh, okay naman kayo. Sige, ito lang, quick lang. Can you show me a hand sign on how you can show na call me? Sige nga. Ay, very good. Pareho pa rin. Kayo, sir, paano ang hand sign ng call me? Kasi, I asked my team, and I think meron din mga ibang gumawa nito. Sabi ko, call nyo ako ha. Okay ma'am, sige po. Sabi ko, ano yan? Yung pala, when they say call me, cellphone. Because Gen Z, naabutan na talaga nila na start, meron ng cellphones, di ba? Pero, ay, mga ano kayo, yes, call me, di ba? Nakagaling pa rin. So, ano lang yon, just a quick advertisement, di ba? Na, iba yung generation ngayon, you're the ones na naka-expose to technology more. Internet connection, naka-experience na ako ng internet, siguro, graduating na ako ng high school na ako, internet. Dial-up pa kami nun. So, hindi pwedeng gumamit ng telephone line kasi mapuputol yung internet. Diba? Naabutan ko pa ng floppy disk pa kami nun. Meron kami computer subject because we have to learn Microsoft Word, Microsoft Excel, lahat ng Microsoft Office. So, naabutan ko rin na dito na papasok social platforms. College ako, Friendster ang ginagamit. High school, college, Friendster. Hindi ko alam kung naabutan yung familiar naman kayo with Friendster, right? So, unlike before, with Friendster, hihingi ka ng testimonials na parang pahingi naman ng testing. And we are the generation na natutong mag-CSS because kailangan pagandahin ang Friendster page or yung Friendster account, di ba? Ngayon, ang mga tao, ang mga bagets, yung tawag ko rin, mga bagets, they talk to each other on social media. Let's say kami, in the company, we have Viber to communicate with each other. We have Microsoft Teams, Zoom for meetings. If I talk to my team, meron kaming Messenger, but meron kaming sariling group. So corporate marketing. Tapos meron kaming subgroups. So talagang naka-digital media, naka-social media na ang gamit namin to talk to each other. New generation. I have to learn also na when you call them, it makes them nervous. Siguro lahat naman tayo, no? Pero pag kunwari I call them, nasagot sila via chat. And yan. So, yung communication style natin via mobile apps. And in terms of language preferences, sorry, but this is from the study, no? You establish more. So English for school, for work, but Filipino, you want to talk to your peers in Filipino and more in social media content. Okay, so fast, this is just going to be fast lang. New gen versus previous generation. First, technology usage, I mentioned this earlier, diba? You're now more talking to each other more on using the different technology. Research ninyo, I think Google, nagla-library pa ba kayo? Do you still read the broadsheets? Oh my God. Oo. So, corporate communications, babalik lang. In my first job, yung aming PR team, they still buy the hard copies ng mga newspapers. Ika-cut nila yung certain article about the company and minimeasure na nila yun. Minimeasure ng team namin yun. So doon lalabas yung PR value, yung over ROI ba siya doon sa ating let's say if it's through our agency retainer, etc., etc. Now, my team receives the report online. Naka-measure na siya. Kasi mas mabilis because the news, it's now released online, ang digital news, diba? So, well, hindi naman nami-miss, pero talagang technology gives us, makes us work faster. Diba? Diversity, okay. Kayo kasi, yung tayo, we now experience to talk to different people. We're open to a diverse culture. We're open to gender equality. Ayan na. Nung time namin, medyo taboo yun. Ginagawa siyang katatawanan. Ginagawa siyang joke. Diba? Ngayon natin gawin, naku, hindi kayo conforme doon. Because I think through the use of technology, you're now watching news, you're now reading news, mas open na yung eyes ninyo. And that makes me connect to social consciousness. You are now more politically aware because of the technology. If you've seen a brand na, for the term, no, nangutya siya ng member ng LGBTQIA+, ginamit niya as a joke, it doesn't sit well with us. Because we're now more socially conscious because, yun nga, babalik tayo doon sa difference ng generation. I'm not saying na kami ay hindi ganon, but kayo, as young as you are, na-open na sila. Open na kayo sa ganon eh. Education also, it helps. It helps you learn faster, diba? Through the technology. And with the use of AI, ayan. I recently tried ChatGPT. It's helpful. Pero, huwag kayo masyadong mag-rely on ChatGPT kasi napaka-robotic pa rin yan. Nag-learn pa rin yung system. So, you still need to review it, no? But if sabi nga nila, in corporate, you have to learn work smart over working hard. Diba? So, I hope pwede niyo siyang magamit when you graduate and land a job in corporate or corporate communications. And communication preferences. Meron pa ba sa inyo dito na na-try magpadala ng mga postcards? Hindi na. Letters. Letters, pero siguro personal, no? But not na pupunta sa post office, oh my God. Post office, tapos bibili ng mga stamps. Merong joy when you do it, but syempre nakakatamad mag-antay. And with digital media now, my father kasi is a seaman. So I wait for months, weeks to receive something from him. Now, my cousins, na ganun din yung work ng fathers nila, mamaya't maya, pag may kailangan or magpapaalam, nag-chat na lang. My brother is also a seaman. So, communication, Gen Z, seaman. So, now, we communicate faster. Hindi na namin masyadong namimiss ang isa't isa because of the communication channels that we have through the technology. Okay. So, ayan, nakilala na natin ang Gen Z, nakilala na natin ang si corporate communications. Medyo fast na tayo. So, what are the best practices if ever you consider to work on corporate communications after college? Or you want to focus on corporate communications or use corporate communications for some of your campaigns. So, first is be authentic and transparent. Sabi nga nila, #real talk na. Your generation, the new generation, believes that dapat authenticity is a must. So, if there are brands na parang masyadong pretentious, you don't like to use them. So, if you create your campaigns, make sure that you resonate or your brand, your products resonate to who you really are. Example, we love seeing the posts of angkas, right? Because it resonates to how we, the commuters, talk to each other, diba? So, yung ganong authenticity ang hinahanap nila. This campaign, you can also check on this. It's a Dove self-esteem project. It's one of their good communication campaigns kasi pinapakita nila na let's reverse the damage of using too much filters, of using a lot of what do you call this? Social media apps to show who we really are not. Parang ganon. Di ba in Instagram, we use filters before we post. May ganon na factor. So, si Dove, gumawa siya ng campaign na nag-resonate din kung sino siya. Kasi di ba ginagamit mo yung soap to tanggalin lahat ng dumi. Yan, yun yung resonate niya. So, ang ganda ng campaign, you can check it out. It's dove.com/confidence. Next is use a multi-channel approach. Because of the prevalence of technology, kayo, in the future, do you have organizations here? And then, di ba sa mga orgs ninyo, you release campaigns also. Make sure to use a multi-channel approach. And using different channels, hindi pwedeng pare-pareho din yung materials or yung mga words, text you use. If ever you're talking to, let's say, second years, ayan, medyo bumata na tayo. Freshies. Yung mga freshies, iba yung comms nyo with their organization. No? If with the seniors, iba rin yung gagamitan nyo, di ba? Na communication materials or talk, kumbaga. So, multi-channel approach. And learn how to use different channels properly. Okay, be mobile friendly. So, in the future, when you graduate again and decide to pursue corporate communication, make sure that the materials, the executions you do will be mobile friendly because your audience, the wider audience who will be using your content or will be seeing your content, kapag hindi siya mobile friendly, okay, honest to. Miss Leia, saan ka nag-check ng news? Through your phone pa ba? Or nagti-TV ka pa ba? Wala ng TV. Same. So, yung ating mga news outlets ngayon, they make sure that there is a counterpart of their news they create on mobile. Kayo din for sure, di ba? Chine-check nyo na lang nga yung mga headline. Sometimes on Twitter, right? On Twitter na lang mabilisan. Use visual content. We are now the generation that we love everything to be visual. So for us to get the attention of our stakeholders, of our audience, let's make sure that everything that we release can be visual. Or, syempre, app naman dun sa users natin. Be social conscious. Sabi natin, the new generation is social conscious, politically aware. So make sure that the materials that we release, the corporate communications activities that we do, should be social conscious. Okay? Personalized messaging. Ito rin yung kanina na na-mention ko. One size doesn't fit all, kumbaga. So if you want to talk to a certain target audience, you have to make sure na talaga bang, kaya di ba, in-explain ko muna yung sarili ko kanina sa inyo, tinry ko na magkaroon ng connection with you guys. Kasi I want to personalize my messaging. I want to personalize how I talk to you, how I talk to the viewers. Hello, viewers. So you need to make sure that whatever your execution, the communications campaign that you will do will be personalized. So, ito, makikita na natin ngayon ang some of the successful corporate communications campaign for the new generation. First, I have three. First is the Kwentong Jollibee. Kwentong Jollibee, I know everyone nakakita na in one way or another. Ito yung first, to be honest, na nalaman ko nag-viral. Kwentong Jollibee. Ayan. So, it's a series of heartwarming stories. Occasion-based, Mother's Day, Father's Day, Grandparents' Day, lahat meron sila, di ba? So, dito naman for Valentine's Day. What made this communication campaign successful? It's because, number one, emotionally connecting to the audience, right? So, yung storytelling, it resonates also some of their audience. Yung story ng vow is about a friend na he will bring his best friend to the altar. Diba? Friend zone. It's a story of friend zone. Pero, through Jollibee, ayan, ipasok na yung brand. They were brought together. Their friendship grew because of Jollibee. Parang gano'n. Diba? Na kahit friend zone diba? Hindi ko natatanong yan, friend zone dito. Na resonate pa rin yung brand na andyan si Jollibee para sa inyo, para sa friend zone. So that's the first successful campaign. Ang dami pa rin na lumalabas. Next is the Beda Super Party. This was released, I think, in 2021. Yung Lazada Super Party, it's more of a what do you call this? Birthday sale. Diba? Yung birthday sale, Lazada. Sabi nila gano'n. So this one naman, it was close to kaka-start pa lang or 1 year pa lang tayo sa COVID. The Lazada Super Party, Everyday Superheroes. Aside from inviting big stars like Katy Perry to perform, it was done online. So mas maraming nakapanood. Aside from that, it resonated the Everyday Superheroes campaign of Lazada to thank the frontline. So parang lahat tayo, thank you Lazada, hindi lang pala sale ang gusto mo. Hindi mo lang pala ako gustong ibudol. Gusto mo rin pala akong pasalamatan if you are a frontliner. So, they're paying 32 million new customers yung nakuha nila because of this campaign. This is one of the good PR campaigns. Sinasabi ko nga PR is also under corporate communication. And last but not the least, have you seen this on Netflix? 13. I actually read the comic book.
Nasa old building po ako.
Graduating ako when it started. I was excited. Unfortunately, there are some who don't know anything about 13. Nakikita lang nila siguro sa bookstores but they haven't read about it. It's a successful guerrilla marketing / PR stunt because kung kunwari hindi ka nanonood ng 13 or you haven't watched it, parang nagkaroon ka ng curiosity because of the PR stunt. Diba? Medyo natakot ako nung nakita ko. Sabi ko, what happened to the original billboard? So I was reversing EDSA. Sabi ko, di ba yesterday, iba yan? So I realized that 2 years na. So everyone who would see it, sabi nila, ay, parang maganda, parang excited siya. So it's like you are living in the real world of Alexandra Trente. Kaya it made the program or it made the series top 10, not just in the Philippines, but in other countries. Yan. So, okay, andyan ako sa last part of my presentation. In a nutshell, we have to know brands, organizations, and even people. Diba? If we want to relate, to engage, to connect, we have to familiarize ourselves with the stakeholders, not just the new generation, but to everyone. So, in a nutshell, yun yung essence of corporate communications. It's connecting, it's familiarizing, it's knowing your audience, knowing who we talk to first. Diba? That's why nireview ko muna kung sino yung new generation. And para ma-realize din yun na the brands, if you notice, they're starting to create campaigns because you are our audience soon. Yung purchasing power, kayo na yan soon. So that's it for me. Thank you so much. That ends my presentation. I hope I didn't bore. It's not boring, no? If you want to message me, I'm on Facebook, I'm on Instagram, I am on Viber, I'm on LinkedIn. Ayan, on LinkedIn na lang. So, if meron kayong mga campaigns in the future, let me know. Do we have Q&A or any more questions about that? So let's open the floor for the Q&A. Thank you. Thank you. Any questions? Sir? Okay. Hindi naman siya nosebleed, di ba? Hindi siya mahirap intindihan yung corporate communications.
Thank you for that, Mr. Reese. Maybe you want to ask 2 or 3 questions to Mr. Reese, you can accommodate. Anyone? Yeah, go ahead.
Yay!
Yeah. Kita ka natin kay Gab.
Hi, Gab.
Hello, good afternoon. So I am Chief Multimedia Officer and CMO Transmitting Marketing. So with what you discussed a while ago, we have many different channels that upload our marketing campaigns, and that is one of my duties. So a question that I have is, how exactly can we take an impactful and very unique campaign that is very differentiated from how other organizations and entities do?
That's a good question. But, yun nga, babalik tayo with some of the topics earlier. First is you really need to know your audience. You need to know, you need to understand. Kanino ba to? Di ba kanina sabi ko sa inyo, your materials for your freshies should not be the same with your seniors or yung mga juniors or whoever. So let's say if it's a material for your what are the different courses here or yung mga ibang colleges. Let's say for the medical students, for your science courses students. Ayan. Syempre, iba yung nagre-resonate sa kanila, iba yung personality, iba yung likes nila. I'll give you an example. When I was in college, I was a member of Association of Law Students. Diba? So, ibig sabihin, we will be creating events for students na interested mag-law. Ang gusto namin, General Assembly, GA, we want to invite more students to join our organization. We released a material, GA. So, pag sabi mong GA, lahat ng tao, okay, sige, invite natin sila. So, ang ginawa ng batch namin, simple lang. We invited a lawyer na former student din siya from UP. So parang sila, ay, member din ba siya ng organization? Yes. Natulungan ba siya ng organization? Yes. So when we announced na this student, this medyo pa-famous yung alum famous yung alum. Nung umattend siya, maraming na-entice to attend. Hindi lang dahil sa may pa-free na. But because meron siyang nag-resonate. Parang if I am a student na I want to parang proceed to law school, I need to understand ano ba yung experiences mo. And the students of Apples or Association of Critical Students na undergrads, hindi naman nila share lahat ng yun. So, we invited someone. Yun yung parang hindi lang siya with the material, but what is the customer experience? What is the experience that you will give to your attendees? So, naging 60 yung members from 20. For on that day lang daw, yun yung KPI nila, kailangan mapuno yung classroom. So was it successful? Yes. The materials that time weren't parang hindi naman gumagamit ng GIF noon, kaya naman wala naman namang hands-on before. It was a simple material, the design was simple, but it is very personalized based on the needs, based on what is the pressing issues of some students na medyo nag-iisip ka, ano ba makukuha with the organization? So sometimes you really want to understand, sino ba yung gusto mong part? Who do I want to talk to? So yun, I hope I get to answer your question. It doesn't necessarily need to be a grant material, a video material. If it doesn't explain much or it doesn't communicate your purpose to the audience, sayang yung material. Okay.
Well understood, ma'am. Thank you very much. Okay. Anyone else?
Anyone else?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. I'm Cyrus, the Vice President for Chapters of the Univ.
Hi, Cyrus.
I would like to get to know more personal about it. My question is, what are your mistakes, or what are those common mistakes when it comes to creating marketing?
Okay. Good question. When you're in marketing or in corporate communication, you need to be attentive to details, attention to details.
Pas engineering.
I'll give you an example. It is a costly example.
Pas adagamin
In marketing, in corporate communication,
kailangan i-send down ng
Christmas meeting na, we usually send gifts to our stakeholders, clients, partners. So one of those is a calendar. Calendar, diba? When you're in corporate, it's either you outsource a creative team or in-house. In my case, that time, years ago, it was
Okay.
So I requested for them to create a calendar. Simple lang yung material. Simple lang. So, yung teammate ko that time, the request, I reviewed it. Kailangan natin palitan because there are wrongs. Pero may typo. Okay, so typo. It was 2016, pero yung calendar nakalagay 2015 and something. So, sinabi niya, okay, I didn't follow through. I didn't ask for the update. Nagbakasyon ako. Nagpalaw. Umalik sa amin yung material. I trusted na, pinalitan na nila yan? Okay na yan. Na may na-miss out kaming 1 page. Kasi ang tinignan lang namin, dates. We didn't check yung spelling. So yung February, naging February. Walang view. How much yung project? It's worth 250,000 pesos. Bumalik na sa amin, na-print na, and na-familiar na. So nakita siya, diba? It's a costly mistake. It's a simple mistake. Syempre, doon muna tayo sa hindi mabibigat, diba? Pero attention to details, not just in the materials, that we have, but also in creating our strategies, our activities. Attention to details because we might miss an important detail. Ang lagi ko naalala from one of our executives, the devil is in the details. Laging ganyan. So, kung hindi, parang kapag kayo sa school, di ba? At tayo po, okay lang yun pa. Ibibilugan ng teacher next time, you learn from it. But if you're in corporate, if you start working, it will cost a certain amount. That typo can cost sometimes a career. So, yun lang ano ko talaga for marketing, attention to details. It's a simple reminder to everyone. Yeah. Any questions? Yes. Meron ba sa online? Hello, online.
All
Any
right.
questions?
I couldn't agree more na. Grabe. Attention to detail. At
Attention
alam
to
yan ng lahat ng officers ko. Well, anyway. Yeah. Pero yun nga, simple things, no?
Simple
Nade-neglect natin.
things,
Usually, we're so used to taking a look at the big picture that we miss out the little things that would
Yeah.
impact the entire campaign.
Entire campaign and
Yes.
sometimes entire budget.
Yes. Lahat ng mistakes na nagagawa natin sa school, mga sinabi natin na in school you are allowed to, no?
Yeah.
Because you're still in school, you're expected
Yes.
to make a mistake, but if you're out there already, it will
It's
cost
a different world. Ito, yes.
you. True.
Yeah.
Yes, question? Go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon, Ms. Tessa. I'm Lexi Paul, the Regional Director
Hi,
for
Lexi.
Central Luzon. And I have two questions actually. So yung first question ko is you are also managing or handling the crisis in the corporate communication, right? So how do you identify the gaps or how do you identify the gaps in corporate communication in order to mitigate those situations na especially na you are under the crisis management where you handle those hiring customers and such?
Okay, so that's a good question. In the corporate world now, we have this tool we call social listening. So a social listening tool, there are some keywords and even your brand. It's being offered by some agencies. No? And before a crisis becomes something big, makukuha na natin yan sa social listening tools. So makikita na sometimes of our customer service teams na, oh, merong nag-post about you. Medyo it's gaining traction. Right now, hindi pa because hindi naman siya influencer, but at least we can already spot it. Next is yung minention ko rin kanina, making sure that the customers know how to connect with you. Huwag muna tayo doon sa mag-release tayo ng press releases or whatnot. The simple things on creating a good relationship or good customer experience, doon pa lang mag-start na tayo. So let's mitigate everything. Huwag na tayo umabot sa firefighting. Yun actually yung medyo nakakatakot.
Alright, thank you so much, Ms. Tessa. My next question naman po is, if you're going to pursue this corporate communication as a student and as a profession in the future, what do you think what is your suggestions on what are the ways para po maging equipped kami in this field sa corporate world since marami rin pong 4 years ngayon sa live?
Okay, to be honest, if you're in marketing or corporate communications, diba? Tayo yung mga courses or tayo yung tinatawag na ng jack of all trades. Kasi we can do a lot of things. But we will be, we will know what we really want when we are already there. Nandun na tayo sa mga careers natin. So for a start, siguro, you have to read and read. Yan yung medyo na nakakalimutan na. Read pa rin. It's really read. Oo. News is important kasi doon muna sa start na, okay, that's how they do it pala. And if you see news or features with the brands, maiisip mo na, okay, in the future, in my campaigns, I can also do this. You can also do a spot check on the different brands that you use. For example, you love a certain makeup brand. And then, in the future, naging loyal loyal user. You become an ambassador. In the future, gagawin mo, as a marketing student, you check, why am I this in love with a brand? And then you'll see, okay, because the communication strategies, ito pala. The communication campaigns, it resonates to me. It's my personality. So in the future, ako naging ganyan na ako siguro kasi because I'm in marketing, no? If I love a certain product, sabi ko, bakit ba ako, sorry for the term, addict dito? Or bakit lagi kong chine-check yung Instagram nila? It's because, they resonate to who I am. They talk to me, they communicate to me. So sometimes you just have to, one, read, and number two, just be observant of everything. Bago mo masabi na, okay, ito talaga yung gusto ko. Because sometimes it will change. I mentioned earlier na I am a member of Association of Free Law Students because my path before is I will take communication as my undergrad and I will continue to law school. So yun yung next step ko sa. But when my mom actually did not parang discouraged, mali yung term ko, discouraged me to take grad school immediately because she wants me to experience or to see the different experience the feels of the outside world after college because it's really different. So when I started working in corporate communications and we're under integrated marketing comms, I was exposed to events. I was exposed to concerts. I was exposed to some of the campaigns. Yung mga, dun sa first job ko na kakasama ako dun sa mga shoot for the advertisements. Nag-enjoy ako. And with that, I told myself na pwede rin pala. Kasi I know the basics. It's not my core competency for now, but I can gain a lot of knowledge. So through PMA, I'm a member of PMA since 2018. I was a member of PANA in my previous companies. And I also join or attend different conferences. So doon ko na laman, ito pala yung gusto. Diba? So if you just have to get ready because skills, lahat naman ng skills natin magagamit for a certain career. So I hope you consider working in the corporate.
Thank you, Miss.
Thank you. Yay.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay. Any more questions? Can we accommodate more? Or we should proceed na? Okay, sige. One of my graduate student is saying hi to you, ma'am. Si Pocholo ring upward. I think he was an intern back in your...
Intern!
Yes, and he wants to say hi.
Yes.
Alright.
Solo is my intern back in 2016.
Yes, nothing but good words for you po when you mentored him now. Yun.
Wow.
So, again, yeah, thank you very much. So, to, of course, give thanks to Mr. Liz, can I call on Miss Leah Ayeng here in front to award the Certificate of Appreciation? All right.
So first, we would like to thank Ms. Tessa for that very insightful na sharing. Can we give her a clap? So I would like to read the citation of the Certificate of Appreciation. The certificate is presented to Mr. Liz Galang for imparting her wisdom and leadership as a resource speaker during the PMA Marketing Exchange, a seminar for young leaders held at Pamanang Bedista, San Beda University, Mendiola City of Beda. Given this 25th day of May 2023, signed by the Director of the Academy, Dr. Christina Arthur Cruz, by the PMA President, Mr. Brian C. Lago, and yours. Thank you so much, Mr.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rosa. Okay, so to proceed to our second speaker for the topic communicating the brand me. So he is a senior marketing and sales practitioner with over 25 years of leadership experience with Unilever. The brands that he handled are Lux, Surf, Rexona, Close Up, Lipton, Microsoft, Sentinel Corporation, Philippine Airlines, To Go Group, and Logisticus Group. So he's very passionate with developing the marketing skills and competencies of students, and he worked closely with UP Diliman Pirata School of Business as a professional lecturer on marketing. Also a faculty coach of the winning UP teams in national competitions such as PANA, Stratmark, L'Oreal Brandstorm, and the faculty advisor of UP Advertising Board. So please let me help let's help welcome the co-founder of Brand Dev Insights and Consulting, Mr. Raymond Acedera.
Salamat. Salamat, Sir Greg. Okay, while I set this up, I'd like to request you guys to please, this piece of paper, write your name. And pens over here. Just write your name and your school, where you're from. Okay, guys, this is not going to be a seminar. We are not seminarians here. I'd like to engage with you guys. I will be your chief marites for the day. Okay, so just write up. Write up, okay. So like this. Like that. All right. Get it? The pen. Okay, as you do that, I'd also need help from someone that legible handwriting. Mine is useless. I can't even read my handwriting. To be the chairman of the board, the whiteboard over here. We're going to be writing down stuff. So I need some help. Volunteer to help me. Please. Sorry, did you name though? Okay, there you go. All right. Okay. Okay. I will call you when we start doing. No, but just stay there. Ready? Lexi. Good. Salamat, Lexi. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Salamat, Sir Greg, for that generous introduction. You get your names up, okay? Hang it up right here. That's why it's folded. That's why it's folded. There you go. Okay. Nice. How about you girls at the back? One. This is your attempt to create a branding for yourselves. So please do not be shy of your names. Okay? Front and center. John? Yes? All right. And for those who are on Zoom, I hope you are seeing this well. We've got close to how many on Zoom? How many participants are on Zoom? 66. Okay. There will be 66 participants on Zoom from all over the country. All right. Couple of things on the introduction. Like dagdagan ko lang ng konti. Like most of the guys on this discussion today, I am also from I'm from Cagayan de Oro. I'm from Ateneo de Cagayan. Born and raised in Cagayan de Oro. I wish I could say grew up, but I stopped growing after high school. Sino ba dito taga-probinsya? Nandito na yan. Okay, marami tayo. Okay, cool. But, unlike all of you here, or almost all of you here, I did not have a single unit of marketing in college. Not a single unit of marketing. How the hell did I end up in Unilever? That's quite I am an accidental marketeer. Okay, so I came over to Manila, straight out of college, tried my luck down UN Avenue. UN Avenue, meron pang Unilever ngayon dyan. Apply. And then, during the interview phase of the exam, okay, I didn't know marketing. So the interviewer goes, okay, those applying for sales, this way. I didn't want to do sales because I didn't want to go back to again. Assign na to. Kaya nga ako nasa Maynila. Okay, not sales. Those who would like to apply for technical, this way. Ang technical. Sa factory. Hindi naman ako engineers. Okay, those on finance, commercial. Ay, mga accounting yan. Ay, hindi din ako accounting. Okay. Marketing. Dito. Marketing. Puntang merkado. Hindi din ako dun. Hanggang naubos lahat. Ikaw, saan ka? Sabi ko, ano ba? Okay, sir. Ano po piloso ko to? Sige, mag-marketing ka nga. That's how I ended up doing the marketing track. And I joined the management training program of Unilever back in 1998. So I am an accidental marketer. But the thing is, I enjoyed that journey. That fast forward years later, I really ended up pursuing it as a career, as a passion, and really as an advocacy now. And I look forward to spreading the gospel of marketing and brands as often as I can, especially with young people like you, and discuss, okay, this is a business term, perhaps the most valuable asset. Tama? You talk of assets, the brand is the most valuable asset a company has. My discussion today with you, our conversation, will be fundamentals. Fundamentals. I will do this. Title is Communicating the Brand Me. But I will do that in 3 parts. I'll take you through some basics on brands. Then I will take you through communications in particular. And then lastly, some of my tips and life hacks and how I feel from my journey, we could build our own brands. Let's get going, but I need your help. Grab a pen and paper. Yeah, we're somewhere there. You those online. I'd like you guys to just write down there. Come on, everybody. Everyone, just write down. What is your favorite brand and why? Just your favorite brand and why. Okay? Favorite brand and why. Okay? Just a very quick round robin. Maybe not all will join in the discussion, but I'd like you guys to share with everyone here and share with yourself on the board. Name, favorite brand, why? We good? You ready to kick it off? Very, very good. There's not so many of us here, so we will forward. Would like to kick it off. Who's done writing? I don't see your name plate, sir. Wala na paper? There's more papers over there. No? There's some paper there. Wala na bang? Sorry, kulang pala nagawa ko. Cyrus, quick. Favorite brand, why? Okay, who's gonna have, who's done? Charmaine, favorite brand and why? Sorry, go.
I'm sorry for
No worries, no, relax, relax. Hey guys, this is a conversation, okay? This is not a lecture. Go, go.
I like the Lucky Biscuits. I miss the noodles, especially their
So
pancit
favorite
canton.
brand is Lucky Me. Lucky Me. So that's Charmaine, Lucky Me. Why Lucky Me, Charmaine?
I'm in love with pancit canton.
Very good, very good. John, go.
Favorite brand is Univ because of the quality.
Uniqlo because of the quality. Cyrus, you ready?
Choose Samsung because I can, productivity.
Okay, productivity, Darren.
Answer my favorite brand. Because nameless. Oh, you.
Wow, I'm not familiar with the brand.
It's a gaming brand.
It's a gaming brand. Okay.
We really invest a lot. Comprehensive marketing. Hit the target.
All right, cool. My God. Favorite brand? Pen Shop.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Most impressed with Cebu brand. Very popular years ago. I'm quite impressed that it's still relevant today. Why, Micah?
Their fashion style.
Sorry?
Fashion style.
Fashion,
Their style.
the styles. Okay, yes, go. Sorry?
I chose the Gongcha, the beverage shop.
Gong Chop, the bubble tea.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. That's a good one. Yeah. Why?
Because their smoothie is my kind of reward for myself.
Oh, wow. See? Hey, that's fantastic. It's a reward for yourself. Well done. Thank you. Okay. Go, Jonathan. John Jan.
Yes.
Okay, go. Ian.
Marami mahal na brands pagdating sa t-shirt, but I choose Blue Corner pa rin because of its quality and price.
Blue corner. Okay. Okay. All can fry. Blue corner. Clap. Very good. Go.
So I chose Jollibee for its very Filipino image po.
Jollibee because of the image. Name again?
Angeline po.
Angeline. Okay, Angeline. On. Quick.
I think Nike po since diverse po yung products po na ina-offer nila. So, yes po.
Nike.
Diversity.
The apparel, the apparel brand. Oh, there's yep. There's a big movie coming up on Nike. Jordan. Air.
I'll do with Adidas.
Are you doing?
Charles, Adidas po. Since ako
Adidas
name
naman.
like is
All right.
because of shoes.
Bakit Adidas?
Their shoe designs are
Okay, shoe designs. You gotta move forward, guys. Come on. Let's wrap it up. Quick. Move forward, come forward. Let's show everybody here.
I chose Colored because we produce multi-use makeups with affordable price.
Forward. Yep. Well done. Your name?
Jana.
Jana. Hey, Jana. Good, Jana. Thank you, Jana.
Sir, I'm Charmaine po. Pakto po, sir, kasi easy
Pakto.
access po and affordable.
Okay, accessible and affordable. Jana. Thank you, Jana.
Ang iya ba? Happy,
Iya.
happy skin po because of the colors of my
Happy Skin. Wow, that is fantastic brand. Started out by Unilever.
Lee po, Oishi po, kasi I love their
Which one?
Oishi po.
Uishi. Oh, yeah. Very popular. They're now exporting. Big brand outside. Yeah, go.
Angkas po.
Angkas. Love it. Why Angkas?
Every day po,
Sorry, your name again.
walking po.
Joaquin. Joaquin Angkas. Why Joaquin?
Kasi I always use the app for every 2 days.
Okay. Comes in handy. Fantastic. Anyone else? Let's go.
Sir,
Yes.
there's yung favorite brand of inspiration because that was the first ever bag that I bought with my own money.
Parisian. You know, that's quite an iconic brand of SM, right? Tama. That's why they really made an impact. Okay. Well done. Thank you. And of course, you can get away. Let's see. Go.
My favorite brand is for the
Fairy skin. Fairy skin. Okay. Look. Fairy skin. Okay. We could go on and on and on and on using brands, and it will be evident why we use brands preference. Okay. My side naman is that, okay, paano ba naman? Well, I've got a little bit more than one, but to illustrate lang, and I'll just quickly take to craft some of my favorite brands. So, you know, perhaps it's Starbucks, the best pit stop, okay, and I'm in between either work or school. New Zealand, in the country, I worked with Unilever. New Zealand did deodorants, Rexona. Loved it so much, I decided I will do my honeymoon here. Kung hindi mag-agree ng mga papangasawa ko, di tuloy ang kasal. Buti na lang. Buti na lang, payag. I ended up marrying somebody from Unilever as well. Okay. IKEA, of course. Wow, it's my Disneyland. I go in there, yeah, your playground, right? You cannot not go, believe you cannot buy anything. Wala kang balak bumili, pero pag labas mo, may mabibili ka talaga. Okay? Especially the one here, huge, huge. Okay. Another one, NBA. Now going to the finals. Anybody here is following NBA too? Oh, there you go. Okay, within the NBA, I'm a big fan as well of LeBron James. Sayang talo Lakers. Okay, so it could be a person. A brand could be a person as well, right? Of late, my favorite brands now include some tech brands. Spotify, amazing. By the way, Spotify, just same. Before Spotify, what was it? Before Spotify, you know, torrents, downloads, illegal, correct? And now it's really brought that, just an amazing way to organize your music, right? And then Zoom, of course, everybody on Zoom. This is courtesy of the platform you're in. ChatGPT, of course. Okay. I'm a big Apple fan. Irony, I was marketing director of Microsoft. On the day I handed in my PC, malipat yung files sa hard drive, dala ko Mac. Yes, and I never looked back since. And of course, TikTok. TikTok is a fascinating brand for me. I first didn't understand what the hell this was all about. I didn't even get the dancing. You can do the ting ting tang, but that's not the point. It all started that way, but TikTok for me now is much more than that. It's now my best source of learning. Follow the right people there. Fantastic way to get good fix. And of course, you know, there's now shopping. Anybody bought something from Shopee here from TikTok? Fantastic, right? And if Airspeed doing a lot of stuff from TikTok. Some of the brands we talk about, and the brands you have here. Okay, easy, right? Easy. Dali. Very fast. Question. What is a brand? Sorry, Michael? Identity, Trisha? What is a brand? Sorry? Interesting. I like this. It's what people see when they see the stimulus of the logo. No? I like that. Well, let's get back to that in a while. John, what's the brand? What sets you apart? Okay, that's a good characteristic, sir. It's an image, all right? Girls in the back. Come on, we're marketing practitioners here. What's a brand? Lee? It's a representation of brand. Okay, yep. It's not the product, it's a representation. It's not a logo. Okay, the logo just signifies it's not a set of words or letters. It's not even just a promise. But what is a brand? My view, and now these are all valid views of brands. For purposes of discussion, I'll share with you today my take on it. Again, I had zero, zilch, nada marketing. My view of brands and marketing was formed through my own journey. The very first stop was when I joined marketing. Unilever is quite, a tough place to start off because you get really very aggressive, very passionate marketeers there. So my boss told me, okay, basa ka. Okay, the first, una kong binasa, Cutler. You familiar with Cutler? Okay, 4-piece. What's a 4-piece again? Amen. Okay, sabi ni Cutler, yan yun. Tama naman. Oh, by the way, I met with Cutler. That's how he looks like nowadays. Just a few weeks ago, so we had this discussion online, and he's still at it. Unbelievable. Still at it, still passionate about it. I still couldn't quite get what in heaven's name our brand really was. Okay. Tama naman yun, no? Then even further down the road, my view of brand was influenced by the books I've read. Magbasa ka. One of the books that I read, and I think this is good reading, I recommend this to you guys, Brand Gap by Martin Emmer, where it says, a brand is a person's gut feeling about a product, service, or company. Now this is quite interesting. It's a person's gut feeling about a product, service, or company. Marty goes further by saying that a brand is not what you say it is what they say it is. Interesting now? From Cutler's view of brands, which is from Cutler's view of brands of it being a manufacturer's view, a name, a term, a symbol, a design, or combination of them is intended to signify the goods or services of one seller or group of sellers and differentiate them from those of them. It is a seller's view. It is a manufacturer's view. Martin Neumer says it's actually from the view of those on the other side of it. Just as Tricia says, it's a person's view when they see some stimuli, right? Okay, now this is interesting. Later on, that's me in my younger years. And that is Sir Michael Perry, the global chairman of Univ. Came over to the Philippines, gathered the trainees, fireside chat, and in that conversation, sabi ni Sir Michael Perry, a brand daw is a good friend. Lalim, di ba? God, you come all the way from the UK. You're a global chairman. A brand is a good friend. That didn't quite make sense to me back then. But recently, or over the years, when I was now working on brand, it made so much sense. And this is my definition of brand. Brand is the relationship. The brand is a relationship. It is a perception of. It is a view of. of a service by the consumer. Let's put this to the test. You can always say something of the brands out here. Okay. Patrick says you. Okay, where's Patrick? Patrick, what do you think of bench? Okay, yeah, good. I mean, yeah, okay, fine. Great, right? Somebody had said here pension. Who said pension? Yeah, Micah. Patrick says Uniqlo. What's your view of Uniqlo? Hey, guys, by the way, perception is reality. Never, ever attempt to argue with a consumer. Nobody has ever won a discussion with a consumer or an argument with a consumer. Mahal, that's reality. Patrick says, so may view ka palagi. Diba? Now, let's put this to the test. What are the types of relationships? Ang types of relationships natin? Diba may friends? Meron ding lovers? Ano pa? May acquaintance? Ano pa? Okay, dad natin, no? Okay. Nag-resonate pa ba ito sa inyo ngayon? Always works. Anywhere I go in the Philippines, always works. The only place that did not work was in China. When I talked to somebody about this thing, huh? But in the Philippines, always works. How many here has, and there are different levels of relationship towards brands, right? Towards something, service, right? Question. Okay. And if I put somebody in front of you, you will always have a view of. You have a relationship of. For example, Zairo says Samsung. You have a relationship with Samsung, and your relationship is based on okay. You've heard of Huawei. What is your thought on Huawei? Complicated to use? You know, I left Apple for Huawei at some point because of the camera. When Apple cameras were like, no, subpar, Huawei had the best cameras. Unfortunately, Huawei could not get hold of the Google apps anymore. So I have to go back somewhere. But have you had a Huawei? You've had a Huawei. You've had an Apple. But you have a view on Apple. See, he doesn't even have to have an Apple to have a view of Apple. So is it fair to say Cyrus has a relationship as well with Apple? He has a relationship. Unfortunately, it's not as strong as Samsung, right? If I put forward now certain brands, now this is for the sake of academic discussion, not for politics sake. But bring in, for example, the name, okay, Lenny Robredo. Any thoughts here about Lenny? This is fairly recent, but before we forget this experience. Sorry? Micah says good leadership. Have you met Lenny Robredo? But she has a view of Lenny Robredo. Interesting. Lenny Robredo is a brand. She has a relationship with Lenny Robredo. Okay? For me, therefore, a brand is a relationship. The point of view here is quite interesting. It is not from the manufacturer's view. It is from the consumer's view. A manufacturer proposes, you affirm. There is no brand. It's not strong if it's not a brand. This is the foundation of our discussion on marketing and on brands. Now, let's go back to Sir Michael Perry's view of a good friend. Brand is a good friend. What are some characteristics of a good friend? John? Loyal. Relatable, very good. Good friend. What's a good friend? By your side, yeah. Darren? It comes as standard in English. Go. It's trustworthy. Very good. These are some elements of a good friend. And would it fair to say that these guys over here would have those qualities? Your favorite friend? They're trustworthy, you trust them, you relate to them. Right? They're by your side, they never let you down. Fair? So check definition on brand. Some of the elements of a good friend. Someone you trust definitely, say trustworthy. Someone who knows you well, and vice versa. Tama ba? Yung best friends mo, ba? Tinginan pa lang, alam mo na kung bad trip. Sama ang araw. You don't need to explain much. Knows you very well. Balik tayo kay Samsung. May mga features Samsung na feeling mo meant for you. Right? Spotify. Di mo pa hinahanap. May playlist ka na kaagad. Right? So it's really meant for you. Knows you well. If you need help, he's there. He's there. In what way is that? If you need a good, if you need a good break, Charmaine goes to McDo. Right? That's a good friend. You need help. When you need some refreshments, you need help. Desiree goes to Gongcha. Tama? You go to a brand because you need help. Even when times are tough. When times are tough. We were as well a distributor for Univ in Northern Mindanao. What's the scene in a supermarket in the morning of Christmas, on Christmas Eve? Anong stores sa supermarket Christmas? Ha? O, late naglabasan ng bonus, anong itsura ng supermarket? Anong part ng supermarket ang gulo? Ha? Anong produkto? Ha? Ham, ano ba? Spaghetti. Okay. Isa sa produkto ng Unilever is Royal Spaghetti. Late dumating ang stocks. Nagkagulo. The product were all over. Binuksan, nag-cupcase na lang kami. Basta lang kami ng stock. Then na namin nakahilera sa shelf, sa alley na, sa may corridors na. Yung mga iba, kami mag-asawa, naglipat kami ng stocks from the boxes to the shelf. Inulungan na namin yung merchandiser. At the corner of our ears, there was a mom, a daughter and a mom. Middle. The daughter teen. Sabi ng daughter, Nay, kini na lang ideal spaghetti. Ideal spaghetti. Mas barato. Mas mura. True enough. Ideal is what? 30% cheaper. And you know what the mom said? Day, kanina lang royal. Ito lang royal. Paminsan-minsan lang naman ang Pasko. Boom! Some shivers. That is a brand. What were they bringing home? They were paying for spaghetti, pasta. What were they bringing home? Good quality, celebration, right? Experience, yeah. Same thing with Starbucks, for crying out loud. Or even going to the higher brand things. Nobody buys a Rolex because they want to have a timepiece. If I really wanted a timepiece, what would I buy? I'd buy a phone. Right? But, it's a good friend because when I have a Rolex, it says that I am successful. If I ever read. So, by the way, interesting point in time to is the Philippines a rich or poor country on average? As a country, economically, we are on average good, correct? Question. Who's market leader in toilet soaps? Safeguard. Who's market leader in shampoo? Palmolive Sunsilk. Okay. Who's market leader in detergents? Serve and tithe. Are these products more expensive, less expensive, or on average with the average of the industry? Are they? Come on, you guys don't shop. Is Lucky Me cheaper or more expensive than the industry market, than the average of the industry? Is it? There are a lot of other cheaper brands. When times are tough, your brand, consumers stick with you because you're a good friend. When times are tough. But most importantly, the biggest compliment we give, okay, the consumers will give a brand is when you're invited at home. Fair? That is the biggest compliment we give a brand when you are invited at home. How many years 1,000 friends on Facebook? At least 1,000 friends? You got 1,000 friends? Okay. How many, ma'am, of the 1,000 would you invite, would you look forward to seeing at least once a year? At least once a year. Wow. How many of those would you like to hang around with, hang out with? How many of those did you invite at home? Maybe 5, 6. Get them then. Take a guess. How many shampoo options are there? Shampoo today. My last count was 384. Pack sizes, variants, and size. Go to a shampoo shop. You only bring home one. That is the ultimate compliment. Because that is his best friend. Okay? Who gets invited now? Take a guess. This is as of 2021. The highest penetration, this per cantar, okay? Households who would have this brand, highest penetration levels as of 2021. Penetration meaning bahay na merong ganitong brands. Ha? And the highest would have been, Lucky Me. Silver's one, Bear Brand, Nescafe. Are they a surprise? Okay, question. Are they more expensive or are they cheaper than the industry? Are they more expensive or cheaper than the industry? My question. They are. What? Are they more expensive than the average industry? They're cheaper than the industry? Are they? There are a lot of other cheaper alternatives.
Okay.
Right? But why are they still the most invited? They're trusted with brands. Correct? One of the things I learned in my career in Univ was when Alec Lever, our marketing director, would told us, poor people cannot afford poor brands. Again, poor people, poor consumers cannot afford poor brands. Value, top value. Guys, I share this with you because the discussion after this is very essential. Because now we say we turn this around. These are the brands out there, and people are willing to pay for them, and they are invited at home. At this point, we say, you are a brand. If a brand is a relationship, a brand is a person, it is then possible that you are a brand. We too are brands. We too are brands. So, if we too are brands, are we invited at home with our friends? Question. In my UP class, I organized them by brand groups in the starting sex. Group yourselves according to, group of 6 to 5. I don't ask how they group themselves. Do you know how you would group yourselves in your brand? How would you group yourselves? Friends? But also, what type of friends do you bring in? But sinong iniimbita mo doon sa grupo nyo? Ha? Matalino, hindi kayo lalaglag, hindi yung loader. Right? Balik na rin natin. Kung kayo yun, iimbita rin ba kayo? And that's just one of the elements. Are you invited to lead your organizations? Are you invited now to represent your school? Are you invited eventually to join the companies you're applying for? You're a brand. At this point, we say, why bother? Bakit? Ano ngayon kung brand ako? What's the importance of building brands? Anybody? Joaquin, why is it so important to build brands? Personal brand now. Why? Why bother about building a personal brand? Okay, good. Why bother? Para piliin. Very good. Para piliin. Good. Para piliin. In my experience, there are a couple of reasons why now you've got to build brands. Number one, to stand out. Remember the 320, that 40 brand champion? Take a guess, guys. When you graduate, ilan ang nag-graduate na kabatch nyo? Buong Pilipinas. Ilan yun? Take a guess? The Commission on Higher Education estimates that when you guys graduate, there will be 780,000 others in your batch. 780,000 sabay nyo. Hindi pa kasama doon yung previous years na naghahanap din ng trabaho. O yung mga, di ba, na hindi pa nakuha ng trabaho. You gotta stand out. You gotta stand out. Next. When you're a brand like this, you're a brand, chances are, pag nagtanong ngayon ang kumpanya, o sino sa mga nag-apply ang i-hire natin? Hopefully, pangalan ni Darren ang nandiyan. Pangalan ni Cyrus nandiyan. Sinong ipopromote natin? Pangalan ni John ang nandiyan. Sinong ipapadala natin ng training? Pangalan ni nandiyan. They trust you. By the way, it is a fact, just as the most invited brands are more expensive than the average individual. When you're trusted, your value will actually command better pay. Because they trust you in bigger roles. But most importantly, guys, you are supposed to make a good impression as a brand because the objective is really to be preferred. Guys, these brands you chose over somebody else, correct? You can only have one Samsung. You chose Samsung over Apple. Okay? You chose Parisian over who? Celine. Okay? You chose Happy Skin over. Okay? You chose Adidas over Puma. Reebok over Nike. They're preferred. Okay? But this is one element I'd like to leave you guys with, is impact. If there's one thing in common with all those brands over there, is that they made lives better. Brands' reason for being is to make lives better. How is life better? Joaquin, that's really making life better. Right? Yeah, how's Happy Skin making your life better? You've got options, affordable, and made for you. We had the owner of Happy Skin speak in the conference just a few weeks ago, and she was saying, made for the Filipino. Make life better. Procter & Gamble brands. Sino naglalaba? Lalo ba kayo? Pag umuulan, anong problema ng labada? Kulob. Anong produkto ng Procter & Gamble ang anti-kulob? Sinong naghuhugas ng plato? Okay. Anong gamit dati? Ngayon, Joy, hindi nyo na naabutan na ang gamit sa buong ang hirap, di ba? Brands make lives better. You, therefore, my friends, for you to be preferred, you must be perceived, your reputation should be, you can make my life better. Whether it's my group, eto, magaling to sa PowerPoint, tutuloy natin. Make life better. Sa kumpanya, eto, masipag to, scholar ito. Let's hire him. Eto, promote natin. And they make lives better. So have in mind, that is what a brand does. And that is what we should aim for. Kwento ngayon is, how then do we build winning brands? Paano ngayon? How do you build winning brands? All these, the brands we have here, and the brands you've seen so far, what is it they have in common? Ready? What is it they have in common? Right? They're preferred, but preferred is a result. Again, preference is a result. Anong ginawa nila para maging preferred? Right? Yes? What did these brands do to be preferred? Build their trust, correct? Okay. Fantastic. They have a unique selling proposition. Sorry. But before they got to a unique selling proposition, what did they do? What is it they have as a competence? They solve problems, yeah, correct? That's a result, yeah. Correct, very good. What else? But before you solve a problem, what is it you should know? Before you can solve a problem, you have to know the problem. Thank you, Des. Correct? So, at the base of building blocks is knowing the customer's intimacy. Okay. The worst thing is to prescribe a LBM gamot kung ang sakit pala ay whatever, di ba? Lagnat. Mali. Next, what else? Then papasok from what I know, then I differentiate. From what I know, I position and put together a promise so sharply differentiated from the others. Okay? Then, from that differentiation, that promise is so differentiated, I deliver. I don't just make a promise and not live up to it. If Angkas was very hard to book, or if they were very hard to come by, wala din. Or kung konti lang, wala din. Hindi siya convenient. The promise Angkas makes is when you meet them there. Available rightly. When I need it, it's there. So dapat it's there. Okay. Ito sina Periskin, they're not available in many malls. Periskin available in all shops? No malls. No. Where do you buy Periskin? In TikTok shops. There you go. Available right. But if you compare that with a Coca-Cola, where should Coca-Cola be available? Everywhere, within arm's reach of desire. That's Coca-Cola. But depending who you're building, who you're reaching out. Ayan. And lastly, we communicate effectively. Sorry, dito pa lang magsimula ang discussion. But do you know why? I would not start my discussion with communication with you guys until and unless we have a foundational understanding of what brands are. Okay? You are brands. You've got to see communication in the context of the brand and its role. So, larga na tayo. Communication. Brand B. Taka muna. Bakit? Before you should start communicating, there is one step you need to do. Saan gusto natin mapunta? Diba? Ano ba gusto natin? Why do we need to build our personal brand? For what? Is it to be a kagawad ng barangay? Pwede din yun. Check it yun. Is it to gain a scholarship for after college? Pwede din yun. Is it to be employed by this company? Those are subject, but you've got to be clear why you're building a personal brand. Is it to be president of the council? That's also one. That's fine. Know where you're headed. Then you start building. Para purposeful ang gawa natin. Okay, so larga. Finally. Sabi na tayo. Let's press play. Larga na, communicate na tayo. Taka muna. There are 3 phases of communication. Disciplines, actually. First phase, what to say, where to say, how to say. Why are we starting with what to say? Bakit tayo nagsimula sa what to say? Yes. Why to say? Why ang what to say ang starting point natin? Yes. There you go. Kung hindi mo alam, diba? You can say whatever kung hindi ka klaro. What's worse than doing the right things the wrong way? What's worse than doing the right things the wrong way? What's worse than doing the right things the wrong way? Doing the wrong things the right way. So, kung hindi yun yung gusto mong sabihin, doon ka magsimula. Phase 1, what to say? What is your message? What do you want to say? You are a brand, correct? You are a brand. Know first your strengths, your weaknesses, what excites you, what does not excite you. You cannot communicate somebody you are not. O pwede naman, pero hindi sustainable yan. Pag kunwari ka. Okay. So know yourself, starting point na. And, know why you are different. By the way, guys, we are all different. Believe me. No 2 people are exactly like you. Celebrate that. Know what makes you different. What are you passionate about? You're proud. And from there, we articulate how we can be of value to the person you're building a relationship with. What is value? Definition of value. Over the years, my definition of value has been simple. You are of value if 2 things. You know something they don't, or you can do something they cannot, and preferably both. Again, you are of value if you know something they don't, or you can do something they cannot. When I applied in Univ, straight out of the province, in an extremely competitive marketing management trainee program, I said, what the hell am I doing here? I'm not from Manila, I'm not from the big schools. It was quite intimidating. Pakapala na lang ng mukha, sige. And I ended up talking of what? My experiences in the province. I ended up talking of my experiences in the province. So when we were all, the selection board of Unilever, marketing management training is quite an intimidating process. We had thousands of applicants, Now down to 7. Full day selection board. Morning, the board of directors don't say a word. You're in the middle of the boardroom. They throw in a case. Derby, patayan kayo dyan. Parang Hunger Games. Lunchtime, they invited us to lunch. Wow. They brought us to the best Chinese restaurant in town, in the Hilton. And when people were there, they were like very comfortable about this kid. But the question was, what the hell can somebody from the province talk about? I didn't even know how to use chopsticks for crying out loud. So I talked to them about sa probinsya, umuwi kami pag lunchtime, naglalakad ako. Sa probinsya, naghuhugas kami ng plato, naglalabak. And before I didn't realize that time, but they actually noticed that I was different and I stood out because I was the only one who was from the province. And they actually needed representation from the province. I didn't know that. Because they said we're cloning ourselves with, from the metropolitan Manila. We needed some young leaders from the province. And I didn't know that. I just, by chance. But looking back, it worked. What are you different from the rest of? Okay, that's what you communicate and run with. Why is their life better? Unilever's life better because they have now finally representation from the province. That is why their life is better. At Brandem, we are a strategic market research company with my wife. We say we make sure that the consumer has a seat in your boardroom. That is what we do. The consumer's voice is represented in the board. That is why their life is better. That's what we say. Then you say, where? You say, the channels of communication. The channels of communication. What are your channels? Where do you communicate yourself? On ground. What are examples of on ground? You communicate yourself through meetings, activities, programs, on school, even in your classroom, in the community, and in events. Look at this as an opportunity to communicate yourself. Of course, in this day and age, online is big. Those are the channels you should be aware of. Social media, personal sites, on platform. You don't have to be everywhere. By the way, choose which amongst these you're comfortable with. As of January 2023, these are the most popular media platforms, social media platforms in the Philippines, according to Meltwater. Question is, percentage of internet users age 16 to 64 who use each platform each month. 95.7% say they are on Facebook. You gotta be there. 95%. Messenger, TikTok is number 3. Practically number 2 because Facebook, Messenger, and Facebook are the same. In the Philippines, it's huge. Learn to be comfortable with these as channels to communicate yourself. By the way, these have roles. You don't have to be in all. You don't have to be in all. You just have to know the role of these and how to manage these. Okay? For example, these are the platforms. What are these platforms best for and how best to use this platform? Okay? I won't go to the details of this, but the point is know where you can communicate the brand need. These are your options, and these are the best use of them. Okay? You guys know better than me, so I won't do it. Then and only then you say, how to say, phase 3, final phase. How to say it tayo. The media channels will dictate. That's why nahuli ito. Kasi yung nahuli ito, kasi yung where to say will dictate how to say. In advertising, in the traditional world of TV, 30 seconds. 500,000 pesos. Today, 3 minutes. Starts the RC commercial. I don't even have to show you. You know what these are? There are two very well talked about materials. The very first, the one, and the recent one, which is the Mega. Kwentong Jollibee, which was shown earlier. Never saw a single spot on TV. Never. Just all online. So, storytelling is different depending on the channel. That's why nauna talaga ang word. You use this in your execution na tayo, okay? Dapat comfortable ka. You can do it with this, kabisado mo. You know, but in execution, dapat ikaw, authentic ka dapat. You cannot be somebody else. And over time, consistent. But most importantly, just as we say, brands are improving lives, are meant to improve lives, you've got to discuss in whatever medium you use, always ask, Wi-Fi, what's in it for you? What's in it for you, dear listener? How do I make you feel? I have some examples after this. Why should the audience bother watching whatever you've got? Why should they even listen to you? There got to be something for them. Making lives better, very relevant. Engage, provoke, call for action. Must be entertaining. You know why TikTok is such a big thing? You heard of dopamine? Dopamine is this thing that is secreted by the brain, the enzyme that comes to the brain. It's like a natural drug that gives you the high. It's dopamine. And you go to TikTok, as you scroll up and up and up, it's only dopamine. Hindi ka mabubuang ka buong gabi, hindi mo natatapos. Ang tawa-tawa si Jan, no? Can relate. O di ba? My fastest use now, best use of not the TikTok. And the more you click, the more you like. The algorithm, susundun ka, susundan ka, walang katapusan. Dopamine rush overnight, before you know it, isikat ng araw. Dopamine rush. There's something for you, the user. So if you're communicating something about yourself, ask, bakit siya? What's in it for him? Okay? Okay, now let's look at some of case studies. This is my former boss, Mark Aaron Winger. Okay. Awardee of last year, you were there now. You were there at the Mansplit Awards, recognized by Mansplit and Josiah. He was with Univ. Then after Univ, went into farming with a big advocacy farm. And double click on this. I don't know if you believe. Double click on that. There you go. Hindi na nakalink. Hindi yata nadala yung it goes into my Facebook page. Oh my shit. Sorry guys. I was using my Martin. Anyway. But he uses Facebook a lot. You can. But it's his Facebook para mahirap. Uses Facebook a lot to communicate. And the notice. It's a good being noticed, and that's why one of the reasons why you got asked. This is a good friend, Cliff Iara. Again, it's linked to so it's linked. If I go check him out on LinkedIn. He says, okay, look at this, the way behavioral strategist, tech entrepreneur author. That's brand me. What's yours? you take a look at my LinkedIn, it says I'm a thinker, I'm a brandologist, thinker, and organizational orchestrator. By the way, I never teach. I never teach. But I hope the students and me learn. Never teach. I only cause them to think. Only cause them to think. Cliff uses LinkedIn a lot. Very well executed. Sorry, I can't. I changed machines. Check him out. Some people I know. These are some people you may know. Ayin? Follows Ayin? Who follows Ayin? Ah, dami. Maybe this, if you can click, this goes to TikTok. You click the image. Ayin. Kanina, we will try. Play siya, no? Anong essence ni Ayin? Celebrating Morena power. Ang lakas ng loob. Sumali sa Miss Universe. 5'3". Nung nilift yung height restriction, sumali sa Miss Universe. Hindi naman nanalo, pero proud. And my God, millions could relate. Eh, kasama na ako dun, siyempre. Small SKU, pero fast moving. Sorry, nag-play ba sa inyo? Click lang, naka-hyperlink. Yung kanina natin, ma'am, no? There you go. It's okay. Patapos na tayo. Okay. Anyway. That's a problem when you change machine. Okay, that's fine. And then of course the fourth one, these are people you follow. No? Just click on the image. You can even lumabas sa akin. That's okay. Check her out. If you haven't yet, follow her. She's good fun. Meron pa isa, while dito saya-saya. On the next one. I don't know if you follow him, or her, or it. Come on. Wala na. Next slide, please. Slide, please. Next slide na lang. I'll get 2 more slides na lang. Done. RC Larga? Follow RC? Oh, bakit? Bakit si RC? Hindi naman kung ano yung magsalita. Hindi naman pag-like English. Hindi naman, di ba? Bakit? Ha? Authentic, di ba? Correct. What did we say about brands? What is the reason for being for brands? The reason for being for brands is to make lives better. And how did RC make life better? Especially during the pandemic. He talked about gamot in a very vitamin C. And the one, the plate. Okay. Anyway, let's move on. Last slide. Follow him. Go check him out. RC. The life hacks. Last slide. Guys, there are 2 timings. There are 2 best times to start building your personal brand. There are 2. When's the 2 best times to start your personal brand? The first time, best time to start your personal brand was yesterday. 2 months ago. That's the best time to start building your personal. If you have missed out on that one, don't worry, you still have your second. And that is now. What can you do now? These are some of my hacks. What can you do now? First up, commit to building your brand. Commit lang muna. Business. I hope this session today open your thoughts. Hey, I can be a brand. I can end up on the whiteboard. Pag nagtawag ako, ano si Desiree, may masasabi sila. Pag naghanap ako ng sinong i-hire, Cyrus ang aming i-hire. Maghanap sila kung sinong ating ihalal na presidente, John Patrick. Kung sinong pipiliin natin maging kagawad ng ating barangay, si Micah. Okay? But start committing to building a brand. Start with that. Commit lang muna. Assess where you want to be. You don't have to be everything right. Anong gusto mo? Simula mo lang doon. The point is to deliver, not by chance. Not by chance. But guys, you're crying out loud. Dare to dream big. Dare to dream big. That is my advocacy. You guys are capable of achieving a lot more. You just have to believe in yourself. You've got to celebrate yourself. That's my second point. Do a SWOT analysis. You must have done, you know what a SWOT is? Do that. You don't just do SWOT analysis for business. You do a SWOT analysis for yourself. Find your unique. Articulate your proposition. How would you like better? Third, create your interesting story. Beyond the classroom, new challenges, help others do better. Guys, I've been involved in interviewing for Unilever, Microsoft, wherever I go. Till recently, I was interviewing. There were two stories or three stories that I remember until today. The first story was from actually somebody from Beda. From Beda. He was applying for Business Week. Business Week is a highly contested 1 full week, billeted in 5-star hotel, fully expense paid by Univ. You know what the story was? He says he came from Boys Town. You know what the Boys Town is? Boys Town is a orphanage, right? And he said when he was in senior year now, the sisters of Boys Town entrusted to him the care of the younger orphans, mga pasaway. And this kid, he said, I didn't know anything naman, sir. Wala naman akong ibang skills. Wala naman ang organization. The only thing I knew was to strum the guitar and play music. And so you know what he did? He organized these kids into a choir. He organized these kids into a choir. And over time, the kids transformed into sisters. Thank you. Maliit na kwento. But bakit? Tagal-tagal na ako nag-interview, naalala ko pa. Yun ang kwento. Makes a difference. Guys, you guys are into organizations now, right? You cannot all be presidents. It doesn't matter. Wherever you are, seek responsibility. Make stories out of it. Take on challenge. And build it. It's not quantity, it's quality of engagement. It's very hard to communicate something if you don't have anything. Build that story now. Okay? Make it as interesting as well. And by the way, the more interesting it is, if it involves helping others. Yung pangalawang kwento, sabi niya, nag-organize siya ng TODA. You know TODA? Tricycle and Operator Waiting Shed na may TV set. As barangay KP chairman, yung project nila. My God, he didn't talk about this being president of this and that or this and that. That was his story. So real. Lusot. Pasado sa akin. Two more. Learn. Yeah. You are student leaders. You got to be responsible enough. Sign up, subscribe, go into TikTok, follow the best business mentors there. Note wows. Your camera is your best tool. Grab some. If you see a great idea, snap a photo. Keep it there. Don't skip ads. Well, ads, skip. Don't skip ads. Great way to learn from the ads. Digital is the way to go. Social media, be comfortable creating. And lastly, of course, this is my last advice to you guys. There's an African proverb that goes, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Don't go through this journey alone. You're going to go far, go together. Seek people with the same mindset, willing mindset. Stretch. Willing to learn, willing to sacrifice their time, to prepare their stories. Go with them, associate with them. It is true. People, birds of the same feather flock together. Yes, they fly together. Tell me who your friends are. Tell you are. Yes, get it too. Seek them out. Don't waste your time with people who cannot make you better. Second, seek mentors. Ito, true. Seek mentors. You all know. My biggest, parang pag nabibitin ako, after I left the company, nawalan ako ng mentors. Hinahanap ko talaga sila. Hanapin mo. Don't go alone. Do not assume that you can do it yourself. Seek mentors. Lastly, network wherever you can. This is a great opportunity to network. That's why it was face-to-face. Get to know others. Remember, you're building a reputation. One final story. We were based in Singapore for some time. Singapore is known for having the wisest taxi drivers. One taxi driver says, you know what? During our age, he was old, uncle. We were told it's what you know to get you ahead. So we study, we go to university. What you know. But today, that's not enough. Later on, it's not what you know. It's who you know. Okay? But then again, later on, of what use is who you know? I know Lee Kuan Yew, but does Lee Kuan Yew know me? No. What use is that? Okay. So, uncle, if it's not what you know, not who you know, what is it then? It's who knows you. Wow. It's who knows you. Network. You can start doing it today. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, hope this was worth your while. There's one thing I'm excited about, is that if only you remembered half of what we discussed today, I know you'll be on your way. See you around. I wish you all the best. Godspeed, guys. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Sir Raymond. Diba? Ang dami nating nakuha doon. Okay. So, sulit ang ating afternoon and sa mga life hacks ni Sir Raymond. Okay. So, okay. Do we have questions? Siguro we can accommodate lang one question, no? Kasi we're also running out of time and we have more speakers so that we can learn more. So, yeah. Okay. Pwede daw. After. So, meron ba tanong? Baka meron gusto magtanong kay Sir Raymond pa ng kanilang mga careers or anything about marketing so that we can help you out? Okay na? Okay, sige. Siguro later na lang, no? Later na lang. Alright, so again, to give thanks to Sir Raymond, may we invite you here again on stage, sir. Okay? And also, let me acknowledge and call on also here in front, Dr. Christina Corpus, our Director for Youth and Academe. Of course, together with Ms. Leia Marie Ayeng, our Chair for Youth and Academe of PMA.
Okay, so we would like to give the certificate of appreciation to Professor Raymond Asidera for imparting his wisdom and leadership as a resource speaker during the PMA's Marketing Exchange Seminar for Young Leaders held at Pamanang Bedista sa Beda University, Manchola City of Manila. Signed, Director for Youth and Academe, yours truly, our Chair for Youth and Academe, Beda Maria Yang, and of course the President of PMA, Mr. C. Brian Tan. Ayan, thank you po very much, sir, for sharing your
Alright. Friendly Alice ang Intel. Rookie. Alright, thank you very much, Sir Raymond. Okay. So in this juncture, may we just go back again kanina doon sa video supposed to be message ng ating dear PMA President, si President Ryan Lago, no? So they are going to be playing now the welcoming message that was supposed to be played earlier ago. Siyempre, para marami tayong makuha mga messages and learning out from the pillars in our industry, the marketing industry. Are we good? Okay. Sige, here it is.
Good day, everyone, and welcome to the second MARKEx Marketing Exchange, this time for young leaders. Organized by the Philippine Marketing Association Youth and Academy Committee, led by our chairperson of Youth and Academy, Chair Leia, supported by Director and PMA Secretariat Richard. In as much as I would like to be physically present, I am currently now in Bangladesh to meet with the leaders of the Asia Marketing Federation and discuss marketing issues, best practices in each of our respective countries, and possible collaboration. Allow me to thank our distinguished panel of speakers who have given their time and expertise to ensure the success of this event. Mr. Paulo D. Cargo and Paulo D. Corporate Training, Ms. Tessa Castrojas Galang, PMO of Airspeed, Prof. Raymond Asidera of Brand Insight and Consulting, and of course our very own Leia Ayeng, General Manager of Prestige Paper Products and the Chair of PMA and Academy. This event symbolizes our commitment to the personal growth and development of the leadership skills of the Philippine Junior Marketing Association. In a rapidly changing world, we must adopt, innovate, and create meaningful impact. Leadership is not defined by titles, but the actions we take and the impact we make. PJMA leaders let us inspire us. We should collaborate and drive positive transformation. as future marketing leaders, hopefully in the PMA board, you have the power to shape the industry ethically, inclusively, and sustainably. Please prioritize values such as integrity, empathy, and social responsibility to build brands that create positive impact on society. Always remember to embrace challenges, learn from failures, and never be afraid to take risks. Collaboration and networking are essential in the marketing industry. Always engage, exchange ideas, and build relationships that support and inspire. Together with you, please make the most out of it in MARKEx. Become change makers and innovators. The journey towards leadership excellence starts here. Thank you, everyone, and let's make it.
All right, thank you very much. That was the message from our PMA President, Sir Brian Lato. Okay, so okay ba tayo, guys? Okay, sige, ready to learn more, no? Okay, sige. So we are going to be proceeding now to our third speaker, and his topic is about leadership standout. All right? So hindi ko na papatagalin. Okay, sige. So let me introduce our third speaker. He is one of the most sought after and celebrated Filipino motivational speakers of today. He has a quote and quote na tawag sa kanya, which is #EntrepChamp. Alright? He is renowned for his Learn Joyment brand, for keynotes and workshops, and for his best-selling book entitled Strategies of a Champion Entrepreneur, and has recently released Standout, How to Lead Without Losing Your Values, a book on ethical leadership. He's also a regular resource person on national TV and radio, and one of the top 30 leaders in LinkedIn. Okay, so help me out in welcoming Sir Paolo Ibig. I think he's going to be playing his ABB right here. Okay, let's watch. One of the most celebrated motivations followed by the monitor maintaining production.
paano kami? Sa totoo lang, ang dami nag-inquire sa amin. And you can, probably you can manifest and you can affirm on this. Kung ito ba'y may katotohanan wala. 75% by 2025 considered millennial na ang nasa companies natin. Tama, ma'am? I think sa inyo rin, no? Dahil na nangyayari. And ito yung medyo puzzling. Gen Z are hardest to be satisfied. Nakita ko kanina to. Mga, no? Parang lahat, oo nga. Lucky me, lucky you. Sabi nga na ating kaibigan si Arthur Roberto, sa ni Beda Kapaw, lucky me kasi meron na silang baby agad. Eh. Yun ang biroan ni Miriam. But by 2030, you have the spending power at the same time, hardest or most that can influence what's happening around us. Naniniwala ba kayo? Yes. Okay. Sige. Tingnan natin. Tingnan pa natin. Bakit nga ba? Bakit nga ba? Bakit nga ayaw mag-click? Can we move on to the next slide na lang? Or, yan. Tingnan nyo to everyone, you are regarded right now as a contradictory generation. Bakit contradictory? Supposedly, di ba parang on a positive and affirmative target. Kita natin. But on this end, contradictory, taliwas. Why? You always now seeks independence, flexibility, and unite. Ang nakikita ngayon, yung key is about the balance of things in terms of work, family, and life in general. But look at the main purpose of this. Take a look at this, everyone. Ventures and employment decision relies heavily on this. Ano ibig sabihin? If you're getting into negosyo, self-employment, o ano man, isa ito sa major consideration. Likely, yung employability ng bawat isa, if you're going to corporate path, isa ito sa talagang titignan at kinukonsider accordingly based on studies ng henerasyon na ito, ng kayo. Kaya nga sabi ko nga, ano nangyari? Bakit contradictory? Taliwas sa typical setup at saka sa norms ng mga dating henerasyon. So that's one. Okay. Kaya nga, with this generation tells us about what? Something that can we relate into it. For example, we in the corporate, nasa academe din, pare-pareho, anong meron, bakit nga ba, contradictory. Look at this, everyone. I coined this, that this generation are driven by cars. O yan, materialistic na. Magpapakatotoo naman tayo dito. Diba? Sino ayaw ng pera? Walang nagtaas ng kamay. Sabihin, lahat gusto natin pera, di ba? Sabi nga nung kaibigan kong finance speaker, sabi niya, hindi naman daw evil ang pera. It's a tool. Correct, di ba? Lahat naman tayo, kailangan natin ng kabuhayan. But when you coin this, it's a summary of things that we are all driven by cars. Example. Ayan, hindi na pala example. You are committed and confident. Yes or no? Yes. Agile achievers. Yan, marami yan. Marami yan. Maraming achievers. And then yung agility is with us. Next, relentlessly pursuing a lot of opportunities. Reason enough, everyone, that in one major industry, inaayawan ang inyong henerasyon. Bakit? Nagiging professional hopper. They hop from one company to another, to another, to another. Only to find out it's all about material things. Those are extrinsic na behavior. Meaning to say, binigyan ka lang ng signing bonus of 30,000, 50,000. After 3 months, lipat ka. Alam mo na industry na yon, BPO. There was a time, ang BPO industry, nag-blacklist na ng mga employees ng typical hopper. Kasi nga, you wanted more opportunities, fine, walang problema doon. Pero until when? You know, when I talk sa mga organizations, companies, di ba the usual, we look for greener pasture. Di ba that's the usual, di ba? Bakit ka lumipat? It's either nakaawa yung boss ko o kaya naman merong offer sa yung back ko. No problem with that. It's about a choice. But ang sinasabi lagi, pag greener password. I tell people kung minsan, yung password o yung green is already within your organization. You just need to enhance, nurture that greener password within that organization. Kaya minsan yun ang problema yung lipat, kaya nga generational gap. Then, socially aware and even na yun, savviness in tech. Socially aware, as we see right now, as we speak right now, how do we speak your languages similar with the previous generation? Look at this. So, ayan yan ha, yan ang nangyari. On the other hand, you are down, overdose with so many things. Bakit overdose? Disloyal? Ano ba? Overconfident? Ano isa? Selfish? And lastly, entitled. Siyempre, pag tinanong ko yun, sabi mo, hindi. But it's true. It's true. That's where, sabi nga natin, di ba parang, pag yung marami kang ininom na gamot, di ba parang yun, typically overdose. Similar with us, number one with this is about yung overconfidence. Parang, galing mo, mayabang, kayang-kaya, malaya. Di ba, parang ganyan. Then entitlement is already within us. As we speak and as we move forward, you will see and find out these can be handled very well. So wag kayong magiging overdose ng entitlement, wag magiging overconfident, wag magiging selfish. There are ways to do it. Okay. Sige. So just to wrap up on the generation, take a look at this everyone. Peace. Sino ba talaga kayo? You wanted to say your piece. True? Kailangan kasi marinig tayo eh. Ano yan? Difference. Kailangan at gusto nating magkaroon ng saysay yung ginagawa natin. Multitasker. You can do a lot of things simultaneously. Nasa Starbucks, computer, nandiyan ang kape, lahat pwedeng gawin, nanonood ng NBA, lahat, etc. Merong side hustle, merong project abroad, gig economy, tama? Sino na ang nagtatrabaho dito on the side? Gig economy, freelancing. Swerte ng mga to, maraming mga pera mga magulang. Di ba, sir at ma'am, di ba? Noong araw, walang ganyan, kailangan magtrabaho. HR, tama, di ba? Mag-Jollibee crew ka na 3 hours, 6 hours, may ganyan. Pero look at this, everyone. Sabi ko nga, generation right now are like my, sino? Ay, nako, baka hindi nyo kilala to. MacGyver. Ha? Si Richard na lang na alam eh. So yung, Richard, sino ba si MacGyver? Yun. Lahat pwede niyang gawin. Lahat, basta may paraan siya. Kung i-search yun na lang ha, mamaya. O kaya tanongin niyo yung mga tatay at mga nanay niyo. Alam na alam nila sino si MacGyver. Ganun ba? Oo nga, no? Oo nga. Kaya sabi ko, ang MacGyver is that you. But that is basically typical parang the generation right now, multitasker. Next, grammar. Who are Russians and Argentinians here? Pwede na yan, di ba? Okay na yan. Bakit? Kasi submission ngayong alas 7, kailan gagawin? Alas 4 na madaling araw. Grammar, tama. O marami Argentinian eh. Urgent to, Argentinian. Ganun din sa organization. Marami ding Russian. Magre-report ng 8 o'clock on a Monday. Gagawin pa lang ating gabi. Pasubmit mo, hindi isasubmit. Sabi, hindi pa tapos, uy, kunyari lang yan. Ang totoo na hindi pa ginagawa. Pero alam naman natin effect ng cramming, everyone. Sobrang undue stress, result will always be about the lang. Ibang okay na yan, makasubmit ka lang. Yan, yung mga lang mentality. I call that pwede na yan at saka lang mentality. So cramming. So nakikita nyo, may upside, may downside, may trade-off, etc. Titles, good thing for you. You are not after titles or position. Kaya nga, gig economy is getting bigger and bigger. Freelancing, virtual assistant is getting bigger because you don't want to be Paolo TV, AFP, PNP, AFP, ano ba sa marketing PMA, sa dulo, Richard, RIP. Lahat na ng titulo meron ka eh. Di ba? Pahaba, education ma'am. Diba? Lahat ng titulo nandun, di ba? O, yung mga MBA, MA, AFP, PNP, NPA, lahat na. Dulo, RIP. Correct, di ba? Ang gusto, nakahiga o nakataas. Yun na lang, condominium o yung ang tawag dito, sarili mong bahay. So, that's one good thing about this generation. Your generation. You are not parang hindi nyo, wala sa inyo yung may titulo. Wala sa inyo ang may, yun ang gusto nyo, walang titulo. But you wanted to be recognized for your efforts. Do you? Mga tipong top in the back. Di ba? Ang galing ko, ganyan lang natin. Tama ba? O yung galing ng project na, kami yan, di ba? Lahat ng credit grabber, mga taga-grab, galing lang sa angkas mo. Pagbigyan natin yun, si George eh. Yung iba daw din mga mahilig sa grab, taga-grab ng credit. Di ba? Ganyan yan. Yun. Norms. You are happy to challenge typical norms. So, kaya nga in the organization right now, as you can see, there are organizations who's open to a lot of things. LGTB, yung mga pagpasok na naka-shorts, yung pagpasok na, alam mo yung pwedeng not your usual, huwag naman yung medyo bastos, pero yung alam mo, anything goes, parang ganyan. So you now challenge now the status quo versus a typical and standards of the organization. So yan ngayon eh. Kaya nga medyo firm. Kaya overconfident. The problem with that, yung overconfidence yan leads to some downside also the way they see these generations behavior. Lower down ang resistance to stress. I fully remember, meron akong isang part ng team ko sa speaking. Alam nyo ba, typical siya, nakatulad ninyo, vlogger pa, ang dami niyang ginagawa. And then, ito matindi. Ako dapat ang nag-a-adjust sa kanya at hindi siya sa akin. Tell me, yung ba tipong alam niyo, parang meron kami kailangan tapusin, marami engagement, we will be moving around, kaya may series kami with one organization, etc. Parang gusto niya laging magpahinga kasi daw stress na siya. Wow! Sabi ko, gusto mo kabuhayan o hindi? You know, I fully remember before the pandemic, meron kaming engagement in Alabang for one major multinational company. Right after the engagement, kinausap ko na siya. If we will pursue on this, better yet, let's terminate our relationship profession. Tinapos muna namin engagement. Tapos kinausap ko tanda ko yun sa Alabang country club yata. So tinapos namin. Ngayon nakikita ko siya, happy siya na parang walang ginagawa. It's okay, fine. It's your choice eh. But at the end of the day, who don't want stress? Lahat naman tayo stress. Sitting right now there, are you stressed? O see? Masakit na puwit natin, correct? Mainit na puwit mo, tama? Nakikinig ka pa sa mga katulad ng mga loko-loko, lalo ka na may stress. All of us are stressed. It's how we really handle. We can control things, but we cannot really remove stress from us. Kaya nga, this would be the summary of this generation. How do we get into it to ensure that we connect with them? How we as leaders, you as leader, can really stand out from the rest of those. Nabinggit niya ni Sir kanina, 700,000 plus ang graduates. Tapos sa trabaho, isa-isa lang ang kinukuha, 5 lang ang kinukuha. Kumusta naman yung iba? Kaya dumadami ang pag nanakaw dyan sa kanto, snatcher dyan sa Bebilibid Viejo, tama di ba? Naglalakad kayo dyan, and so on and so on. Then, basically, that's just something that we have to look for. Now, given with this new organizational shake-up, ngayon nag-shape up na what's now with the organization. And mostly, ito yung pwedeng magawa. We in the, siyempre sa corporate, tinitignan na natin paano natin itatawid, paano natin i-align. So the key is about this need for that alignment of work interests of this new generation, the generational, the Z and the Y into the new work structure. Hindi na pwede yung dati. Kaya nga passé na yun obsolete na yun. Now, kayo rin naman, the generation needs to work on with this. Are you ready for this, everyone? I have 3 major ways to align your work interest to the interest of the organization. Especially so, if you're going to lead and future lead organization. Look at this. The first thing that you need to do is to value the voices. Ibig sabihin, we need to value your voices, but then again, kailangan din yung boses nyo hindi lang makapagsalita. Hindi lang kailangan may masabi lang tayo. May masabi. Di ba? Para lang may masabi, meron kang nagawa. Look at this, everyone. The need to acknowledge the values and priorities. So important. Dahil nga, meron sa generation nyo ngayon, iba na ang priority nila. Meron na silang gusto na hindi naman din aligned doon sa organization. So paano ngayon magsuswap? Yun kasi the main challenge would be paano ngayon magiging aligned. So that's one. Value the voices, hindi sound of silence. Kung dati-rate ang mga employee, the way they engage, they are typical sound of silence. Parang ano lang sila, tahimik, sa agigilid lang. Hindi na pwede ngayon Valuing the voice of this generation provides better appreciation of the organization. Listen, take a look at this, everyone. You don't want to be dictated. You wanted to be heard of. The generation now, as an organization, paano may kukonect yun? Kaya nga sabi ko nga dyan, the way to do it is about what? Let them participate in problem solving. Let them participate in decision making also. Yan. Ayaw niyong tahimik lang. The result will lead to what? Higher interaction would mean lower potential turnover intention. Doon may iwasan yung typical professional hopper. You hop from one to another to another. Doon may iwasan yan. It will lead to, but it's not a guarantee. It's a work of art for the two parties. That's one. Value of voices. Moving on with the next. There's a need to tolerate divergent thinking. Yung bang very diverse, better. Mas marami kang marinig, better. Mas maraming pwedeng i-disrupt yung generation, mas better. Why? You get to provide a lot of insights. Maraming pwedeng insight. Example, if you're talking about new ways to market the product or the brand, anong gagawin mo? Is it the traditional pa ba? Sabi ko nga, it's more than the typical word of mouth marketing. Ang sinasabi ko, it's more of evangelism marketing. Sa evangelism marketing, di ba parang gagaling, isang salita lang, 100, 200, 1,000, maniniwala, then boom, lahat tayo napaniwala na. Those are typical. Pero can we do that every so often? So divergent thinking, kailangan natin i-keep that communication line open. Why? Generation like this wanted to have that pride in contribution to this organization. That's the second. The third premise would be, I don't know if you've heard this, but this is something that you can do. Reverse mentoring. Total, sabi niyo magagaling kayo. Total, sabi niyo marami kayong alam. Okay, fine. Make it more strengthened. Make it more as an advantage. So, anong pwedeng gawin? Reverse mentoring. You can be the chief household officer of your bahay, of your family. Anong pwede? Di ba yung pwedeng tulungan mo yung magulang mo? Di ba ngayon? Ultimo nga, ilang taon lamang, elementary, pwede ka nang pagtulong sa kanya. Mas teki. Tanong ko nga dyan, teki or teka? Di ba? Tama, di ba? Teki or teka? Teka muna, hindi ko alam yan. O di, ito ngayon, ikaw ngayon yung mentor. Ikaw ngayon yung magtuturo. Ikaw ngayon yung magpo-provide ng insight. Reason enough, that's why there's that need for reverse mentoring. Kung previously, the norm would always be, kung sino matanda, full of wisdom, wait. Ma'am Leia, hindi na pwede na ngayon yun na. Alam, been there, done that. Wait! Yeah. What if i-combine yung wisdom na yon and then your new insights? What do you think will happen? Iba mas powerful. Mas maganda siya. So reverse mentoring will provide you more. In terms of decision, business-wise, you get a lot of ideas for better option and initiatives when you market or business develop certain brand, certain product or services. And then, given yung guidance, the third would be about establishment of that engagement. You know, the real connection. Sabi nga, yung currency right now in the workplace, the valuable currency right now in the workplace is about the connection, the healthy relationship that's being built by different employees, engaged employees within the company. So when you do the reverse mentoring, it's an advancement for the organization. So yun siya. Kaya nga sabi ko nga dito, what will help us combining that, parang alluding to that generational gap, yun yung pwede mong, ito yung mga pwedeng gawin para ma-improve yung relationship ng generations na yan. That's one. First. Now, with this everyone, setting the premise at this point, teka muna, mag-move na lang ako dito. Pero sana ako activity eh. Mag-move na lang tayo ha. Ayan, so sige, may pa-premyo pa naman sana akong na 10,000 worth of GC. Care of, yeah. Okay, can you read with me everyone? 3, 2, 1, go. Teka muna, yung may reson nyo. Sasabihin lang ng teacher, paano ba dapat? Kailangan may kumpas pa. Para sabay-sabay lang tayo. 3, 2, 1, go. Leadership is an? Leadership is something that it's an opportunity to serve over and above serving. So, ibig sabihin, kayo nandun na kayo as leaders. And you're talking about standout leadership. How do you ensure that you can stand out as a leader? You may see a lot of leaders, but what will make you an orange among apples? Yung ang tanong dun eh. You know the principle of orange among apples? Sayang wala akong dalang dito. That's a principle that I have written many years ago. It's been a bestseller book, it's a champion entrepreneur. And the major driver there is about what? Being the orange among apples. It's about you standing out from the rest, making a different way, manners, and many more to ensure that you are ahead of the pack. Yun ang gusto natin, nandun ka sa head start. Now, to make sure that this happens, take a look at this everyone, quickly magra-rundown lang ako ng ilang mga principles on how you can be a standout leader. Are you with this everyone? Mabilisan lang tayo dito ha. Una, standout leadership is multiplied leadership. I always believe that if you wanted to be champions, you can be real champion leaders if you make and multiply others to be champion leaders too. Ang term ko nga dito, let your sun shine on others too. Diba yung ayaw natin yung sakim? Ayaw natin yung hindi generous. Gusto nga natin spread eh. Good vibes nga lang daw. Spread the virus of positivity. Not with COVID. Pero okay na raw yan, di ba? So let your sun shine on others too. How do you do that? Multiply that leadership. Yung katulad dito, how do you echo this with your team, with your schools? Share. Simple as that. One word, sabi nga, sharing is caring. I does a lot of leadership sessions, one princess. And ang lagi ko nga pinapaalala lang. Alam niyo, parang yan eh. Parang how do you keep everyone on the move as a leaders? And as a leaders, how do you find your leadership? Sasabihin natin, marami ko ito dito. Yes. But one thing is for sure, yung bang leadership na yan, nagbabibrate, nagre-resonate sa mas marami. Kung naroon ka nga sa tuktok at hindi mo naman i-spread yan, how is you as a leader? Kaya nga sabi ko nga dito, you let your sun shine on others. Why? Pag ginawa natin na, alam niyo, we let Basically, yung parang yung liwanag, parang alam mo yung parang sunflower. Yung sunflower, di ba? Ano bang characteristic ng sunflower? Yung sunflower, kung nasaan yung araw, parang lumiliko. Totoo ba talagang lumiliko siya? Bakit yung sa UP hindi lumiliko? Yung tao lumiliko, kung nandun yung bulaklak, doon siya pupwesto. Di ba? Parang, okay, sabihin na natin, umuurong siya. Ano ibig sabihin nun? That flower gets a lot of sun. And that yung sun na yon, kukunin niya yon, yung energy na mai-imbibe niya. And that energy right now, that mindset of sunflower now, being resonated to many, many more. Ganun siya. Now, in our case, how do we define being a sunflower? Or being a leader that can have and extend that sun and let that shine on others too. Yun ang punot dulo dito eh. How do you define yourself? If you're a good leader right now, you need to multiply other leaders to be like. Fourth year na ba kayo? Third year, fourth year. Di ba? May second year, fourth year. Yung mga fourth year, ang tingin sa inyo, kuya, ate, di ba? Ganon. Tama, di ba? Tanungin mo sarili mo bago ko lumabas ng eskwela. Meron ba ako ng magandang nagawa doon sa aking mga iiwan? It's a challenge, everyone. It's a serious challenge to each and every. Am I being a good leader? Nung nanon ako sa school na yun, sa university na yun, binigay ko ba yung sun o yung araw, yung kasinaga na yon sa ibang tao na iiwan? Standout leadership is multiplied. Tignan nyo, matingin nyo sa akin ngayon. Yung tingin nyo sa akin ngayon sa flower. Although umuulan sa labas, makakasamulan sa labas. Okay, yeah, that's one. Okay. Principle, take a look at this, everyone. Teamsmanship. Una, ano yung sabihin dyan, di ba? Oh. Una, always think about team first attitude. Marami kasing sakin. Let's be honest with this. Kasi magaling ako, ayaw kong extend yung kagalingan ko sa iba. Tama? In which case, if you wanted to be a standout leader, you have to think that about your team. It's not about that selfish thing. Kaya nga, di ba, overdose. Ayaw natin mag-overdose eh. Gusto natin na yung ginagawa natin extended to many people at we see the benefit. Sabi natin kanina, leadership is about what? Over and above our self-gain, correct? Our self-interest. And while we see that we wanted to encourage many to be good leaders also, there's a need for us to have that teamsmanship. Hindi one-man-ship, hindi one-man team. Kaya nga nagkakaroon ng shift with an S, H, I, N, F, and E. In this case, you want to multiply by doing basically part of a team. Accountability. Watch each other's back and not stab each other's back. Ano pangalan mo, sir? Akala ko Marky. Cyrus. Kapalilangan ni tayo, sir, kanina pa. And you, Bulldogs. Sabi di, aso ba yun nun? Paano ba yung pag-bulldog? Namali yata. Kasi meron ako isang concept, it's all about tigers. May mga tigers, hello, may mga tigers na tayo nasa screen virtual or wala dito. Now, ano pa ito dito na wala tuloy ako? Accountability. Watch each other's back. And, di ba, sabi nga, the success of others is also your success. And for example, sabi ni Cyrus, anong katabi mo, Cyrus? Darren. Schoolmate kayo? Hindi. Isang BBM, isang ano to eh. Ano ba to? Ano ba yung blue? Sino ba yung Isko, di ba? Manila, yan. Isang BBM, isang Isko. Kunyari magkaibigan kayo, kunyari magkakilala kayo. Totoo magkakilala. Kunyari sabihin ni Cyrus, ang gwapo ni Darren pagkarap. Kaya ito nakatalikod siya. Ang gwapo to. Puro mga ano, ang baho nga ng kilikili yun. Ano yan, di ba? Hindi nga Rexona ang gamit. Kaya na, so ang point natin dito is about what? We have to be transparent also. Why, you know why? We're vulnerable. And people tend to see yung sincerity in us. So paano tayo as a leader also? Paano papakita yung sincerity mo? Watch each other's back and not stab each other's back. Yun ang gusto nating point doon. Teamsmanship. High trust relationship. Di ba leadership is all about trust? Kaya nga maraming pa-fall. Maraming bang nagpo-fall sa inyo? Hindi ng grades, kundi sa love. Makatawa itong tatlong to, mga relate na relate. Diba? Ilang beses na bang naiwan? Tumawag sa LS, 97.1, NSFM, Dear Papa Bol. Okay. Ha? Wala na kasi sasabihin ko sa ano, si Joda Mango, alam ni Leo, si Joda Mango, Friday Madness. At saka yung kaibigan kong DJ, bago si Papa Bol tuloy, okay lang si Papa Jack, di ba? Tama ba, Papa Jack? O, yan, di ba? Parang galit na galit, umiyak pa. Anak ng pating, ang tanong, totoo ba? Pinagsasabihan, may alam ba siya sa behavior ng mga tao? Diba? Parang gano'n, isa mako-question siya. Pero the whole point is about what? It's all about our relationship. How can you trust your group, your team, if sila mismo o ikaw mismo may problema? How do you get the trust from them? So leadership basically is trust. You were given the authority. Correct. Binoto ba kayo? O in-appoint lang kayo? O yung sarili nyo in-appoint nyo? Honestly, paano kayo naging officers? Example. Screening. Screening. So inutuon nyo yung mga nag-screen. Dapat narinig nyo yung sabi ni Sir kanina. Dapat mga totoo ha. Naging member ako ng TODA. Lahat ng TODA sinalihan ko. Ganon dapat ha. Hindi yung, sir, I'm the president of, I'm the president of this organization. Ano organization? Lahat ng organization, sinalihan ko, sir. Hanggang TODA, sinalihan ko rin yan, sir. Pero that helps everyone. When you talk about leadership, in many facets of leadership, you can see how can you stand up. Even the smallest, one-on-one kayo, leader pa rin ako, di ba? Yan, dalawa lang kayo sa team. May mga ganong organization. In fact, in business, maraming nag-start na negosyo, silang dalawa lang. O tatlo lang kayo. Hindi naman lahat yung gusto nating aspiration ng tagad na malalaking kumpanya. Hindi eh. What if you're going to start your negosyo? We're going to start your company, your organization. Sumali ka na, meron kaming frat. Anong frat namin? Frating gutom, frating ano. Bawal ng frat, di ba? Bawal na. O di nga, frating gutom. Malamang maraming sasali. Kuya, sama tayo ha. Frating gutom, may fishbowl sa labas, nakita ko eh. Kaya lang sa museum, kung umulan, baka nagsara na kagad. O yan. So, high trust. Lately, you've been hearing about coaching. Have you heard about coaching and mentoring? Di ba? Sinama ka lang doon sa sa multi-level marketing. Natawag ka ng Coach Cyrus, di ba? Ganun ngayon eh. Pero in real sense, there's a difference between a mentor and a coach. Coach is something that you have to be certified. That's one. Mentor is something that subject matter expert. Ang galing ni Cyrus sa marketing. Ang galing sa e-commerce. Mentor siya, hindi siya coach. Meron kasing business coach, may life coach, at iyon sine-certify international. Kaya nga, marami tayong naririnig ko minsan, di ba? Parang si coach ganyan, si coach ganon. Teka muna, totoo ba silang coach? Now in leadership, you can be coach, you can be mentor. Mentorship is something that maraming panahon na, nagawa mo na, nakita mo na, na-experience mo na. SME, subject matter expert. But the coach in itself is about what? Self-discovery kasi ang coach. Parang you'll just be guided, you'll just be hand-holded. Kunyari, siyempre, pag gano'n, si Cyrus at si Darren na makakausap ko, di ba? Sila lang yung pinakamalapit, kaya karaniwan ayaw magsiupo sa harap yan eh. So sabihin, for example, si Darren, di ba? Paano siya i-coach? It's about self-discovery. You will let the person realize and discover ano ang pwede. Hindi mo sasabihin sa kanya what to do. So how do you find that leadership in a way? You can be mentor, yes, based on experience, wisdom, and insight. But you can be very good coach if you can handhold the person within your team. Let them discover ano ang pwede in terms of decision making, in terms of other ways in your leadership capabilities. So I hope that very clear is, well, sana maging clear yung coach and mentor ha. Kaya pag inaya kayo ng 30 minutes, tanungin niyo muna, coach ka ba talaga? O ini-invite mo ko for negosyo lang talaga? So those things ha, so medyo careful tayo. Collab co-op, we have to do that. Especially so at this point, even the competition right now, are ano na, synergy na ang ginagawa. Co-opetition. Ibig sabihin, you cooperate, kahit competition, you can do synergy. Collab co-op. Kaya nga di ba in IG, in TikTok, open to co-op. Dati-rati, hindi ko alam yun sir na open for opportunity. Bakit ako lang ito open for opportunity? Di ba nga gano'n? Open to collab. May mga ganyan, di ba? Bakit magkukolab to? Ano ba tinitinda nito? O ano ba yung binibenta niya to begin with? Di ba? So, meaning to say, even competition right now can merge. Who would thought? Kaya ABS and GMA, ngayon may mga pelikula na sila. Isa na lang. Di ba? O, ang daming ganun ngayon. So, ibig sabihin, it's about things that can help that businesses grow using the core competencies of different parties involved. Yan. So yan ha. So maraming pwedeng gawin. Kaya ngayon, for example, marketing kayo, pwede kayo makikollab sa finance association, pwede kayo makipag-collab with HR related that will help you grow as an organization. Okay? So moving on. Still, strip the crown of your head. Kaya yung kaninang entitlement, ito yun. Ayaw nating mangyari. You know what? It's not about being superior to inferior. Many who have title, dyan na nasisira ang ulo, literal. Yes, tingnan yung mga tango nyo, dahil pa yung mga pusa sa tindahan, di ba? Tama, di ba? Totoo yun. Putungan ka lang. Tama ba ang term ko? Putungan. Patungan. Putong pwede rin. Alam ko putong. Anyway, patungan ka lang ng corona sa ulo pa lang natin. Ay, Diyos ko, lahat ng kayabangan meron na yan. True? Tingnan mo yung katabi mo, baka isa na to. Tingnan nyo kung may halo o may sungay yan. Ha? Layuan mo pag may sungay yan. Pero that's the truth. Yun ang totoo doon. Once na may, kaya nga di ba titulo? When you talk about standout as a leader, it's not about the title. And paano ngayon mag-a-align? Yung sinasabi ng generation na you don't want titles and positions. In this case, even in the corporate world, the real scenario, pag meron ng sinabi nating titulo kanina, pahabaan ng titulo, ay Diyos ko Lord, hindi mo na malapitan yun. Ang dami ng protocol para makipag-meeting ka. Tama? So, ibig sabihin, we need to strip that crown of our head. You may be student leaders right now. You may be in a governance na parang sabihin na natin, simple pa lamang. But you know, this is the right foundation to be a standout leader. From now on pa lamang, dapat tinatanggal na natin. At wala sa pag-iisip natin na dahil may corona ka, may titulo ka, may position. Why? You are all vulnerable. Take a look at this, everyone. Leading to this, you can fry your pride. In the offices, in the organization, with your team, you can be firm. You can be leader. You can be decision maker. You can help your team. But outside, be the person that you wish for. Be the person na kilala mismo ng mga taong kasama mo na walang titulo. Kaya nga, we have to be vulnerable with that. Ibig sabihin, pwede tayong makipagkaroke, pwede tayong makipag-usap kasi ang problema with other leaders. Hanggang paglabas na ng eskwela, hanggang paglabas ng kumpanya, o teka muna, boss mo ako. Correct? Correct? Tama, di ba? Yun ang totoo dun eh. Hindi mo naman pasan lahat ng mundo eh, sa totoo lang. At hindi mo naman magagawa ang lahat kung ikaw ang pag-iisip mo, ganun din siya. So you need to fry your pride. Okay. Leading to this, everyone, we are not robots. We have emotions. Robots alam naman natin, are emotionless machine. But there are leaders who think and see people as robots. Eh, siguro dahil ngayon, puro robotics na, chatbot, di ba? Sasalit, ano to, magme-message sa iyo. Tatanungin mo pa nga ngayon, gusto mo minsan, yung totoong tao makakausap mo. Why? Everything else, earlier, narinig natin ChatGPT. AI na nga raw. Eh, baka sa susunod, the way we think, wala na rin tayo. Ano ka pa as leader? Kung ngayon, yung robot na ang gumagawa ng karamihan ginagawa natin, soon, probably, baka yung way of thinking ng isang organization, worse ng tao, eh parang robot na lang din ang mag-iisip. So paano yun kung nasa corporate ka? Maamba tayo, baka soon, mawala tayong trabaho. And we have been seeing such already. There are industries, no? Raymond, no? Marami ng industry ngayon, robots na nagpapatakbo. If you happen to be in Jollibee, nababawasan na ang hinahar ng Jollibee. Bakit? Umorder ka, tik, 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 tik. Dinideliver sa'yo, nakarobot na. Tama? Nakita niyo na ba yan? Oh. Soon, yung mga ino-order nyo sa e-commerce, naka-drone delivery na yan. Mag-ingat lang kayo pag bumagsak, ha? Hanggang malfunction yung drone. And it's happening. Before pandemic, kilala niyo si Bono. Siyempre, walang sumasagot. Si Richard na naman ang may alam nun. You too! Kasi mga alam niyo, ha? Tinining. Ito yung tinatanong si Bono. Si Leia, laging Bono. Yan. Okay. Bono, you too! May project sila with Red Cross. Yung mga far-flung areas na hindi mapuntahan, naka-drone na yung mga gamot. Gamot tuloy, gamot. Yung mga gamot, ito-drone na, i-deliver sa far-flung. For example, Africa. So anong point natin dito? Everything else na follows, that's going to be robotics, technology. Kaya nga, may teki, may teka. Paano mangyayari? So ibig sabihin, with us, are we going to be like robots, or are we going to be happy to see robots already in our midst? Yun ang totoo. Now, ear on the ground, basic leadership instinct. Ito yung isa kasing laging alam niyo, pag mataas kasi yung ego ng tao, tinatanggal nila yung basic of the basic. Ano yung ibig sabihin? As simple as knowing and sensing the feelings. Di ba? Yun nga ang minsan, nakikipag-usap tayo, bali wala. Basta kung ano ang gusto mong mangyari, kung ano yung kailangang resulta, you just get on it na kahit tamaan na ang dapat tamaan. You'll never know. Kaya nga di ba kung minsan sasabihin natin, ang taas, ang lalim ng pugot ng tao yan. Anong meron? Hindi mo alam ano pinagdadaanan. Yung pala, kaya pala. And so on and so on. So ibig sabihin, talking about the shifting of behavior, you have to really see and feel and sense that person. Sabi natin kanina, it's not about superiority over inferior. Di ba? Yan ang sasabi natin, sobrang kailangan mangyari. Yan. So, mabilis lang to, saktong po. Quit playing games. Kanta yun na. Alam niyo ba yan? Quit playing, ano sino nga kumanta na? Quit playing games with, Backstreet Boys? Ayan. Quit the playing game. Sinasabi nga natin dito that, in leadership, you as leaders, related to earlier, nasabi natin na kailangan watch each other's back, accountability team, etc., etc. We know exactly that in every organization, magiging successful yun if you know that each and everyone is really part of the team. Ayan yan. So everyone is part of this team. Kaya nga we're all in this together. Now, we've tackled about the culture within. Na yung mga problema, at nakita natin yung generational gap. So ibig sabihin, over and above all this discussion, there's one thing that we need to ensure. We have to really see and know exactly what's happening. Kumbaga, we have to mind what's happening around us. The main tension points really lies not on the age difference, but on the cultural and behavioral differences that we are into right now. Flexibility. We talk about the balance of things, balance of work, family, and life in general. Yan yung hinahanap natin eh. Yan yung gusto natin. Kaya nga, the gap can be minded. It has to be minded. You know why? It can be, it is something that we can work on. So ibig sabihin, the real main tension is really not about the age difference. It's all about cultural and behavioral differences. So we need to mind that. Part of this, everyone, the challenge will be all these balances that we wanted to do. Are we going to mind the gap or ignore the gap? Big question, big challenge. It's for us. It's for us to define. It's for us to see. It's for us to mind the gap or ignore. With this, everyone, it may be short. Just a wrap up of things. All about our culture can be defined by solely also by us. Ibig sabihin, maraming nasa paligid natin. The environment could be, alam niyo, maraming forces sa paligid natin. We can be demotivated by all these wranglings, the rants, yung mga kasamahan natin. There's one thing that we can always be sure of. If you know exactly what's inside you, if you know exactly your purpose of leading also, if you know exactly the significance of what you do, then basically you can be a very good standout leaders. Always remember, you have to let your sun shine on others. With that, everyone, magandang hapon sa atin.
Thank you, Sir Paolo, for that very, very inspirational talk. Grabe, di ba? Busog na busog tayo ngayong hapon na ito. So, yeah, teams, leadership, we have to be able to remember that as marketers, those basic skills and those basic values will have to be ingrained of how we do marketing in our own places, in our own companies in order to thrive. All right? Okay, so to award our speaker, Sir Paolo TV, may we invite you in front. Of course, together with our Director for Youth and Academe, Dr. Christina Corpus and Miss Leah. Can you join us again? All right.
I would like to read the citation, but first of all, thank you, Paolo, for accepting our invitation. It's really such an honor. Ang galing ng care, nakaka-inspire. Tapos, in the interest of time, talagang ang dami sobrang natututunan. Well, back yung afternoon, pero I think this afternoon is going to be worth it. Hindi lang, not just, parang closing remarks. Teka lang, mamaya. Okay, all right. So I would like to read the citation, Sir Paolo. So this certificate of appreciation is presented to Mr. Paolo for imparting his wisdom and leadership as a resource speaker during the PMA's Marketing Exchange Seminar for Young Leaders, held at Pamanang Beda, San Beda University, Mendiola, City of Manila, given this 25th day of May 2020. Signed by our Director for Youth and Academe, Dr. Christina R. Corpus, CPM, and yours truly, and our President, C. Brian Nato, CPM Asia. Yeah, so,
Salamat po Sir Paulo, no? Okay, so what a fruitful afternoon it is. So, syempre, hindi ko papalagpasin ito. Kailangan kahit pa paano introduce pa rin natin ng maayos ang ating chair for youth and academic na si Ms. Lesh. She's supposed to be talking about people management. However, we are going to be compressing this into her message na lang kasi alam niyo naman, nag-go overtime na tayo and umuulan na rin ng malakas sa labas. But we want to really capture everything, no, because it's for youth, it's for our young leaders, and I believe that it's worthwhile also to hear her message. All right, so I'll give the floor back to Miss Ayen.
All right, thank you, Sir Greg. So as I said, in the interest of time, I'm going to cut my sharing from supposedly an hour to like just 10 minutes, and hopefully I will be able to inspire you to aspire. So I shall begin to introduce myself to all of you because para you get to know me better. So I'm a provincial. So I'm proud to be a provincial. I came from Nueva Ecija. I'm an Ilocana and Tagalog at the same time. So I was raised and born in Solano, Nueva Vizcaya. So, ready na ba siya, ma'am? So, I'm happy that today I'm here sharing with all of you, and hopefully, aside from you get to know me better, I will be able to inspire you to aspire to become successful leaders also in the future. So I've been working as I'm working as a general manager of Prestige Paper Products. I've been working for the paper industry for 20 years now. So you can just imagine, kung 20 years na ako at mga nasa ganung edad pa lang kayo. So probably when I started working is medyo di pa kayo pinapamna. So I graduated from Central Luzon State University, Bachelor of Science in Business Administration in Marketing. I was the University Student Leadership Awardee during my batch, and also being the president of the CPA Honor Circle, I was also the student organizations leader. Then I had my MBA, not degree. I have my MBA units at the University of Santo Tomas. Pero since nagbago na rin ako ng priority, I did continue na. Pero halos patapos na dapat. So I was conferred as a certified professional marketer last year. And I was also I'm also one of the 10 outstanding marketing students of the Philippines in the year 1999. Yun, so medyo nahulaan nyo na. So I was awarded last year or this year as the outstanding member of the year in PMA. And last year I was the chair for fellowship, and this year I'm the chair for the PMA Youth and Academy. So over 2 decades, I was actually champion. Well, since our products are basically from forest products, so we are actually championing sustainability. Okay, so I am now part, or Prestige is now part of the private sector champion for the Global Compact Networks. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so I shall go directly na dun about successful management. Slide number 15 na tayo, Beda. All right. So what is actually people management? People management is it's about as a leader, you'll be faced a lot of challenges and situations that goes beyond the daily tasks and achieving goals. A few examples of how management skills can be manifested would be about resolving conflicts. Because in an organization, hindi nyo talaga may iwasan yung conflict because we have different set of personalities at saka at the same time nagkakaroon ng miscommunication kasi nangingitisipin siya. Di yun may iwasan, even when you work. But the thing is, the key is how you really manage. Ang pinaka-importante doon is paano nyo siya i-manage. Kasi because hindi nyo nga siya may iwasan, what will be the effective way of resolving those conflicts. Yun yung challenge. And if you will be able to resolve that, yun yung kumbaga parang achievement mo. Okay? Kasi halimbawa, sa organization, kapag ka ba nagkaroon kayo ng conflict, ang tendency mo ba is tanggalin na yung tao? Hindi. Kasi in HR, kailangan you have to bridge the gap. Kailangan muna i-address mo yung issue objectively kasi knowing that people are imperfect. Kailangan muna alamin mo yung situation, saan nanggagaling, and understanding yung core value nung core value or ano yung mga things that are important to each of the members para mas maging effectively is ma-resolve mo yung conflict. In my experience as a manager, in fact, madami talaga yung minsan regular meeting. Ganyan. Doon pa lang yung parang, di ba, yung terminology natin is nagpapasiklaban na.
May prayer lang po. Agents.
Okay, sige. So, as I was saying, in concept, kapag nag-lead ka ng team, importante rin yung kaya mong i-manage yung mga conflict among the members. Ang achievement mo as a leader is kapag na-address mo yung or na-manage mo yung conflict ng mga members mo. Let's say, for example, sa amin, sa company namin, paminsan yung conflict, hindi necessarily na nanggagaling doon sa may idea na pinipresent. Sometimes it's more of personality clashes. And ganun din sa organization kapag nag-lead ka, even kahit estudyante ka. And I've experienced that kasi paminsan kasi sa kagustuhan natin na maging, kumbaga parang mapansin, paminsan nakakalimutan natin yung mga sensitivities ng mga members natin. Parang ganun. So that's why very important sa inyo that you have to harness that skill. Makinig kayo. Pakinggan nyo both parties and kailangan magkaroon kayo lagi ng balanced views. In fact, masasabi ko that is one of the things na kaya din nakatumagal sa trabaho at nakakapag-retain kami ng matatagal na employees because nare-resolve namin yung conflict. And ganun din dapat sa organization. Para makapag-retain kayo ng good employees or hindi kayo malagasan is as much as possible is dapat marunong tayong mag-manage ng conflict. Alright? The second one is actually instilling employees or to the members collaboration to help meet deadlines. Walang yung parang kailangan ako lang yung mag-stand out. As of the moment, talaga ang kailangan natin or collaboration is to successful na mga activities. Katulad na ng sabi ni Mr. Paulo kanina, di ba? Yung co-lab and co-op. Hindi ko napapahapain, ha? Okay. The next thing is you need to help training new team members or teaching new softwares and skills. Kaya maganda yung ginagawa niyo, di ba? Before pang maging NEP or before pa siya maging officer, they undergo yung rigid na training para may preparation. Okay? And the next one is kailangan you have to promote a certain organizational culture and safe environment. Ang pinaka napapansin ko sa mga Gen Zs ngayon is yung simple, no? Napansin nyo rin ba, Sir Raymond, ang very prominent ngayon sa mga Gen Zs kapag ka sa GC, yung scene mode, no? Kasi kami, sa generation namin, pag nag-scene mode ka, it means disrespect. Oo, dito naman is kahit gaano parang na-smile kayo lahat. Di ba? Kasi, di ba yun yung guilty tayong paminsan kasi kailangan sa isang organization para mag-flourish yung communication is you have to recognize yung each message or at least to acknowledge it. Kung hindi ka man makakabalik ngayon, is kailangan mo siyang balikan whenever possible. Pero bawal yung few days na is hindi ka pa nag-respond. Okay? So you have to take note of that. Kasi kapag ka halimbawa, yun yung naging organizational culture natin, lalo na sa mga group chats, ang mangyayari niyan, magkakaroon kayo ng dysfunctional team. Hindi kayo magiging komportable sa isa't isa. You will end up, mawawalan kayo ng transparency. Mag-end up kayo, nag-PPM kayo, hanggang hindi nalalaman ng mga miyembro no, kung ano yung mga pinag-uusapan. Therefore, hindi sila atay. Okay? Right. Then next is you have to help out your team when there are blockers. Suffice to say, pag may challenges, huwag yung parang sisihan, di ba? Kailangan may accountability. Katulad, halimbawa, hindi mo maiwasan kung minsan may issue na hindi naman natin siya maiiwasan. You have to rise above your emotions. Instead na magalit ka doon sa tao na in charge, is you have to learn from it. And next time, those are the things that you need to improve on, but you have to be in control of the situation. Kasi kapag nagalit ka na sa event at hindi mo na na-control yung event, sira lahat ng mood. Pwede mo kumbaga palipasin na lang muna, then after that, you have to talk to your members or the person na in charge, and then let them know how they can improve. Kasi that is what you call, kumbaga, bridging the gap sa performance management. Okay? Halimbawa, si Cyrus, meron siyang RD. Nasabi ko, mag-communicate ka, kailangan i-cascade mo yung information. Tapos dahil may exam ako, hindi ko ginawa. Kasi the success of one person, kapag halimbawa hindi mo ginawa yung dedicate sa'yo, it could mean the failure of everybody. Kaya you have to understand yung importance talaga ng team collaboration. Okay? Alright. So having said that, so what are the people management skills that you need to thrive as a leader? So earlier, I mentioned about communication. Make this part of your toolkit. Hindi dapat mawawala to. So starting today, this is your starting point. Bawal na sa atin yung culture ng sin mode. Okay, kasi para may transparency tayo. Alright? Para mag-continue yung team dynamics. Huwag kayong mahiya. Kahit paminsan, mali yung ginagawa ninyo, yun ang tanggalin natin. Kailangan maging fearless tayo. Wala namang, sa isang organization, mas maganda yung mga tao nagsasalita. Kahit paminsan, mali yung sinasabi mo, okay lang. Ang importante is na-express mo yung sarili mo. Kasi when you suppress yourself, you also have this feeling na parang hindi ka belong. Alright? Okay? And then also, that is how you build trust. Which leads me to the next toolkit, which is trust. Okay? Trust in any relationship is very vital, even in a married relationship. Kapag ka walang trust sa isang organization, I do not trust you that you can do the job. Tapos mina-micromanage ko kayo, all the more na nag-underperform kayo. So once na binigay mo sa akin yung trabaho, di ba rin magkamali siya, i-coach mo siya, i-mentor mo siya para mag-improve yung productivity niya. Kasi lahat naman ng tao is susceptible to learning. Ang importante lang is the approach. Okay? Kasi kapag yung manager mo, paminsan, or yung leader mo, is masyadong, ang approach niya sa'yo is minsan, hindi mo gusto, pwede mo rin i-communicate doon. Kasi paminsan, kapag ka hindi nag-aalay doon sa, halimbawa, sinisigawan ka na, maganda nga yung sinasabi niya, pero sinisigawan ka naman niya. Hindi pa rin yung maging epektibo. Kaya kailangan din, iba-iba yung approach mo. Meron naman yung tao na hanggat hindi mo naman sinisigawan, hindi gumagalaw. Teka lang po, marami pa po akong gagawin. So, kailangan din, as a team member, kailangan din, kung ano yung binigay sa'yo na trabaho, gampanan mo. Kasi pag hindi mo ginawa yun, sasabit kayong lahat. You have to understand that. Alright? And then, pag in-entrust sa'yo isang bagay, pagbutihin mo. Nang sa ganon is mag-fly ka din. Kasi paano ka mag-shine? Kung ikaw mismo, wala kang motivation. Diba? Kaya yung motivation, it doesn't really start from other people. It starts within you. You cannot, parang hindi mo pwedeng sabihin na, hindi ako na motivate. Ayaw kong gumising ngayong umaga kasi hindi ko gusto yung boss ko. Everything boils down doon sa, kumbaga parang kailangan as much as possible is you have to be self-motivated also. And if there are things na hindi mo masyadong, hindi masyadong desirable,
sa workplace, is importante nag-build ka ng trust with yung member and leader relationship. Right? The next, motivation. Diba? Medyo kabit-kabit yung sinasabi natin. Kasi interconnected talaga itong mga skills na to. So, yung motivation naman, you need to figure out what is the best way to approach a person. Pag alam mo na introvert ang personality ng person, medyo shy type, compliment mo. Pero hindi mo kukonsintihin yung mga kanina. That's different. Okay? Kasi that is how you build the team dynamics. Parang plus and minus, diba? Battery, aandar kapag halimbawa magkita kayo, pero at the end of the day, kapag mag-spark pa rin yung ninyo, yung good performance kapag na-compliment nyo yung bawat isa. Alright? Okay. So, next would be appreciation. This is very important. Kasi sabi nga nila, you have to give where the credit is due. Kasi paminsan, ang tendency natin, kung tayo yung presidente, o tayo yung nag-lead ng isang organization, ako yan. Think less of yourself naman. Kasi you don't need all those. Pasa mo sa tao. Kasi yun yung, hindi mo alam kung gaano nag-impact yun doon sa tao. Yung the little things na parang sinabi mo na, oh, congratulations, Charmaine, ang ganda nung ang ganda nung ginawa mo sa one movement. Then, syempre, you have to let her know, di ba? Para ma-motivate siya para i-continue niya yun. Pero kung hindi mo sinasabi, tapos nag-post ka sa Facebook na parang as if ikaw lang yung gumawa doon, di ba, as president, or kung ikaw yung parang mas higher, di ba, na umang responsibility, mawawalan siya ng motivation. Ako naman naghirap nun bakit parang siya yung parang feeling na gumawa lahat. Di ba, madidemotivate ka nun. Kaya you have to share yung credits to everyone. And huwag nyo lang i-overkill yung appreciation. Kasi paminsan naman, kahit simple lang, parang sinabi lang yun na nanganak siya, parang gano'n, hindi man, huwag naman yung nanganak. Kasi nalang ko, congratulate mo naman yun. Halimbawa, nakatakbo lang ng 100 kilometers, ganyan. So parang, biglang may congratulations na ulit, mga gano'n. Kailangan huwag in-overkill. Kailangan it has to be authentically and sincerely said. Right? And accountability. This is very important. Kasi sometimes, meron akong experience this week. Hindi ko nasasabihin kung anong school. Alam ni Cyrus. Sabi ko, Cyrus, gusto mo i-address to. Bakit po, Chair? Anong nangyari? Kasi may tumawag sa amin, hindi ni sponsorship. Tapos, kinorek ko sa kanya na hindi ako nagpapa-invite sa kanya na maging speaker. Ang sabi niya sa akin is, thank you for your due diligence. See, communication, and for your proactive correction. Parang gano'n. So sabi ko, kahit ang ganda nung sinasabi niya, bakit offensive? So doon, babalik kayo sa sinasabi ni Sir Raymond at saka ni Tessa. Yung choices of words matters. And as a leader, kailangan conscious kayo doon. Kasi kahit sa branding, sir, di ba? Kapag halimbawa, yung pag-communicate mo, akala mo para sa'yo ang ganda, pero pag nakalabas na at nag-fire, ibig sabihin, hindi effective yung pag-communicate mo. So there are ways of saying things in a better way. Okay? Tapos laging kailangan may courtesy. Okay? Tapos yung tinawagan ko yung presidente. Sabi sa akin, sabi niya, Chair, sabi niya, Ma'am Lea, pasensya na, training lang po kasi siya. Hindi siya naging accountable. Tapos, ayaw ko naman po silang i-micromanage. Syempre, ang nag-oversee po sa kanila is yung in-charge na recruitment niya. I understand that. But the reason why I'm telling you this is because whatever the performance of your team or kung ano yung magiging output ng team, you have to accept it positively at saka i-correct mo. I-correct mo yung situation because otherwise, it's gonna backfire you. Kasi kung hindi ko naman sinabi sa kanya yung bagay na yon, hindi niya malalaman kung paano niya i-correct. Alright? So, accountability as leaders. Pag halimbawa sinabi kaya, may trainee kayo doon sa na parang nagkamali ng ginawa. Sumabog, diba? Sasabihin sa akin nung in-charge sa VP, sabihin niya na parang, hindi ko na po accountability yan kasi ang busy ko na sa work. Nag-OJT na po ako. Halimbawa lang yun. Alright? So, kailangan, there has to be some sort of you also have to be accountable doon sa mga reports niyo or doon sa mga tao na under you. Patience. Diyos ko Lord, ito ang pinakamahirap sa lahat. Pasensya. ito talaga parang hinga-hinga pa minsan. Kasi sa totoo lang, lalo na kapag ka mga situation we're pressed for time, ang busy ng lahat, ganyan. And then, sometimes parang may mga uncontrollable na mga things that, di ba, na hindi natin ma-address immediately. Parang we tend to, parang we tend to parang feel overwhelmed. But the thing is, sabi nga ng content, tapos kailangan din mag-foster din tayo ng konting pasensya, but communicate na din. Because otherwise, pag hindi nyo yan kinummunicate, wala, parang sasama lang yung loob ninyo hanggang sa you will not, you won't feel yung joy sa ginagawa natin. Alright? So just to summarize the 6 things that I've shared to you, in improving your people management skill, 1 is communication, 2 is trust, 3 is motivation, 4 is appreciation, 5 is accountability, and 6 is patience. But this is my favorite slide. Yung next. Yes. O, diba? Ayan. So we all aspire to do a great work and be in a leadership role. Diba? We all aspire. However, but once we get there, we don't know how to handle it. So you can be technically prepared, but being a leader, it takes more than just knowledge. You must keep in mind that the soft skills are very important. When you do the job out of passion, it becomes joy. But when you accept a position without doing the job, that is greed. Alright? So never accept something that hindi mo magagampanan. And kapag tinanggap mo siya, gampanan mo na mabuti. Kasi at the end of the day, guys, it's not only about adding, parang additional credential. It's also adding value to other people's life. Kasi for me, winning the 10 the Agora Youth, sabi na, say that one is mas familiar kayo. That is just one night. Pero after 20 years, 20 years talaga, di ba? I'm back, di ba? Kasi this is my personal advocacy. I wanted to help out the young ones, especially you guys, na we can do it. In fact, ako sabi ko nga sa inyo at the beginning of my presentation, I'm a provinciana. I came from a provincial school, but I never felt less of myself. I think I'm competent, but it just so happened that probably the schools in Metro Manila, especially the top school, has an advantage. Diba? Pero never feel insecure. Just try to do things with great passion. And you have to put a heart in it. At the end of the day, it's not about, diba, putting your corona, adding your corona, it's about making other people's lives better. Katulad ng sabi ni Sir Raymond. So I hope you guys, kahit medyo napaiksi ko na yung presentation, ang dami ko pang gusto i-share sa inyo. Pero I think this is not naman the last opportunity that we get to see each other. And I thank you for your presence. It's very important to us. And I hope na madami kayo natutunan from this session. But at the end of the day, guys, always keep your feet on the ground. Whatever achieve you in life, it's very important na hindi pa rin kayo nawawala sa core values. At saka may relationship pa rin kayo na parang pwede nyo ipagmalaki. Ano-ano yung mga yon? Friendship, that's one. Yung good business connection with good friends, and you have a happy married life, hopefully. But if you choose to be single for life, that's okay. It's perfectly fine. But at the end of the day, is kailangan din may gusto kayo for community. Hindi lang about, diba? It's making others, yun nga, you have to build a certain thing na kung saan mo magagamit yung sphere of influence nyo para you can make a difference. Like in my case, sabi ko, I wanted to be a sustainability advocate. So that is what I advocate. And I'm very consistent about it. Okay, so ganun lang. So it's not about, personal branding is not just about our guys. That's just, hindi pa pwedeng sinabi mo na coach ka, but you're not doing it. Di ba? Hindi ka naman certified. Hindi mo pwedeng sabihin na, halimbawa na you are a brand expert, pero hindi naman talaga. You cannot claim something that you are not. Just be yourself. Ang importante is marami kayong taong na impact because you did. Right? Yun lang. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Miss Leia. Okay, so ang dami talaga tayong inspired tunan sa mga sinabi Ms. Leia. It's about grounding yourselves really, no matter how successful and how many achievements you have achieved so far. All right, so to award, of course, our chair for Youth and Academic, may we call on Dr. Christina Corpus.
Yan, sabi ko nga, huwag nang bumaba si Ma'am Leia eh. Okay, so, thank you, Ma'am Leia. Okay, I would like to read the citation for you also. So, the certificate of appreciation. So, the certificate is presented to Ms. Leia Marie G. Ayeng, CBM, for imparting her wisdom and leadership as a resource speaker during the PMA's Marketing Exchange Seminar for Young Leaders held at Pamanang Beda, San Beda University, Manjola, City of Manila, given this 25th day of May 2023, signed Dr. Christina Corpus, Director of Youth and Academe, and the President of Philippine Marketing Association, Mr. C. Brian Dato. Yan. Okay. So again, this time naman, okay, I would like to give also a certificate of appreciation to Professor Gregorio Borja III, okay, for imparting his talent and service in the host facilitator during the PMA's Marketing Exchange Seminar for Young Leaders held at Pamanang Beda, San Beda University, Manjola, City of Manila, given this 25th day of May 2023, signed by yours truly, and of course, our chair for the Youth and Academics, Dea Maria Yang, and of course, the president of the Philippine Marketing Association, Mr. C. Brian Lato. Ayan. We also would like to give a certificate, sir, to San Beda University for sharing this venue to us, sharing resources and services as venue sponsor for the PMA's Marketing Exchange Seminar for Young Leaders held at Pamanang Beda, San Beda University, Manjola, City of Manila. Signed by yours truly, Director of the Youth and Academe, Dr. Christina Corpus, Chair for the Youth and Academe, Ms. Dea Maria Yang, and of course, the President of the Philippine Marketing Association, Mr. C. Brian Lab. Thank you very much to San Beda. Ayan. You would like to invite all the officers of the students for San Beda. Ayan.
One, two, three, one. One, two, three.
Thank you very much, Sir Greg. And of course, we would like to present also the certificate to Prestige Paper Products for sharing their resources and speaker as product sponsor during the PMA's Marketing Exchange Seminar for Young Leaders held at Pamanang Beda, San Beda University, Manjola, City of Manila, signed by yours truly. Of course, our chair, Ma'am Leia from Prestige also, and also our president, Mr. C. Brian Lato. Ma'am, thank you very much for the sponsorship. And last, of course, this is very important also. We would like to give the certificate to Kurimi for sharing their resources and service as our food sponsor during the PMA's Marketing Exchange. I hope na busog po kayo, okay, for the seminar for young leaders na Pamanang Beda sa San Beda University. Okay, signed, of course, by yours truly, the chair, and of course, the PMA president. Okay? So, bibilisan ko na lang po, okay? So, I would like to thank all the students, not just here who attended physically, but of course for those who are still in the online platform. Okay, so thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to be part of your day-to-day, despite of training. Okay, so again, we would like to express our heartwarming appreciation also to all our speakers. First to Miss Tessa Galang from Airspeed, and of course to Mr. Raymond Asidera. Thank you very much, sir. I hope makaulit po kami sa inyo, and also to our one of our talagang tinitingala namin to lahat, si Mr. Paolo TV. Ayan, thank you Lord. Thank you for sharing your expertise and all the experiences also, and of course I will never forget our share. Okay, so for sharing your all your experiences. Talagang marami pang inihanda si Share Leia for everybody. Yun nga lang, hindi na po kaya ng oras natin. Again, thank you also for Sir Borja. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank also the husband of Ma'am Leia, Sir Dexter, where are you? For being part of our activity, for capturing also all the activities. And salamat po sa nag-assist dito sa amin. Thank you also for Sir Richard, Anya Nuevo, Miss Carmela, Miss Jade, Sir Vicky, Ma'am Mira, Miss Mary Joy. Ayan, maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Ingat po kayo lahat sa inyong pag-uwi kasi umulan na po. And again, for our online delegates from different schools, please don't forget to support the Mad World. Okay, this coming June 3. And also, our next activity for this September, Stratmark. We're going to have a big surprise for everybody. Also, we will make sure na marami po kayong matututunan sa mga speakers na kukunin din namin.